Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello, track announcer John G. Dooley. My regular broadcast partner, Racing Rachel. Well, Rachel McLaughlin, she's off to Las Vegas for a Jockeys and Jeans event. No doubt tearing up the stretch is Rachel McLaughlin. But I'm happy to be joined by our friend from the Pacers and, of course, former intern here, Jeremiah Johnson. JJ, welcome.
John, it is great to be here. I've had this weekend circled on my calendar ever since Rachel said, I'm going to go to Las Vegas. And you think you could fill in on Thursday and Saturday. And so this is a big day for me as well because the NBA draft is later tonight. So it'll be a busy day, a little double duty, but I'm looking forward to handicapping, chatting with you, and also coming back on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday will be Horseshoe Hysteria. Looking forward to that. JJ will be back along with Dan Dockich, his program for Bikes for Kids in the city. And we'll be doing that as well, talking horses, talking hoops, of course, Pacers. You had a chance, of course, as the sideline reporter there covering the Pacers all season long, working for them. And how about your thoughts on the Indiana Pacers? How about for next year?
Well, it was an exciting season. It was one of those years that you knew would be rebuilding a little bit, but I think they maybe took two steps. They had a solid season, and then they're really set up for next season to really take a giant step forward. I think the playoffs would be a goal and maybe even an expectation. So you're building around Tyrese Halliburton. You're going to get some quality players probably tonight in the draft, and then you decide or you look and see what happens in free agency. So it's exciting times, I think, with both of Indiana's professional sports franchises when you consider what the Colts are doing with the youth movement, the Pacers. And don't forget about the Indiana Fever. They're on a little bit of a youth movement as well.
And cheers to us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and all of our horse players handled yesterday for a Wednesday card. We had 8 thoroughbred races and a quarter horse dash to close us out. Handled over $3 million here on Wednesday's card. And today we've got 10 races in total, 8 thoroughbred races, and of course a couple of quarter horse maidens to wrap up the day. And we mentioned on Saturday we'll be racing during the evening program with Horseshoe Horseshoe Hysteria.
It's just been a great season. I've been watching from afar. Trust me, I've been contributing to some of these Pick 5 pools, and I've had a great time handicapping and also just paying attention and listening to your great calls as well.
We do have, after all, like JJ notes, that low 11.99% takeout on the Pick 5s here this season. Nice sequence today on both of our Pick 5s. Again, daily, our 50-cent early Pick 5 starts on the opener. Today, that's a 210. Final 5 thoroughbred races of the day. That is the 50-cent late fire 5, both with that low 11.99% takeout, JJ. And as you mentioned, they've proved hugely popular with our fans, with our horse players. And again, yesterday, cheers to our bettors. Handle over $3 million. We'll look to keep the momentum up here today. Main track fast. Turf course is firm, rail at 24 feet. That's been the case this race week. Another windy day, JJ. You mentioned it, even for our pan camera people here. Got the guys up there would be in the press box that the crosswind blowing right into the stands can affect the racers, but we are fast and firm for the official race day forecast for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's check in with Kyle at WRTV6. Kyle?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Our weather pattern from much of the week remains unchanged. That means a lot of cloud cover and just very limited rain chances for us as we go through the afternoon. And all that cloud cover holding our temperatures pretty steady in the middle 70s. We'll see some rain chances trying to get into at least the eastern half of central Indiana as we go through the day on Friday. Then the upcoming weekend, a better chance of rain by Sunday.
All right, cheers, Kyle. The official race day forecast from our friends at WRTV6. JJ, yesterday I mentioned $3 million handle. Some nice performances. We have a couple of premier races yesterday, handicaps in the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. We had the Fillies division. A couple of winners yesterday for jockey Manny Esquivel, including winning that Philly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. On board Blue Light Special, trainer Cipriano Contreras with a couple of winners yesterday, including that Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap.
It was a pretty formful day. I think I had the early and late Pick 5 if I just would have picked that maiden in race 5. That knocked me out of both of them. So it was definitely a day where there weren't as many price horses, but I think today there may be a chance for some prices. So maybe spread a little bit on some of your tickets. Hopefully we can provide a little bit of insight that can help you as you're building your tickets. We know Brian's the Pick 5 expert, so we'll get his thoughts on the Pick 5 coming up after this short time out or after the break. But the grass races, some of the lower level races, I think are wide open today.
Full fields. The shortest field we have scratched down to a field of 5, but for the most part, like you see in the opener, all 11 run as we go through the course of both Pick 5s. We're talking field size of 10, 10, 8. Again, the smallest field we have today is 5 runners, and that was scratched down to a field of 5 from 8. So looking forward to watching and wagering, hopefully, you horse players on the Pick 5s here today. I'm still trying to pick myself off the mat from betting Royal Ascot today when 151 chance won the
you didn't have that
230 opener Royal Ascot. So it was a tough sledding day for me betting-wise on the Caesars Racebook app. You can get your bets in there, or whatever ADW you choose, of course. There's plenty of options for our horse racing fans. Don't forget, today it is Exactamundo. On Tuesdays, we have hashtag Twitter Tuesday. Wednesdays are for winning with Racing Rachel's Warriors. And again, my broadcast partner, Rachel McLaughlin, she's off to Las Vegas for that Jockey and Jeans event, that to benefit the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. So Rachel not here for the next couple of race cards. JJ will be here again. Dan Dockich joining Jeremiah Johnson on Saturday for our Horseshoe Hysteria. But again, Rachel off to Las Vegas for a good cause there for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund with Jockeys and Jeans. Today, every Thursday, JJ, it is Exactamundo. Top handicapper today gets a shot to take home $100.
Some great promotions throughout the season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Every day is a different contest, and I think it's a great way to get involved inexpensively, right? You can win the Exactamundo contest without even having to pay anything, but then if you're handicapping everything, you may as well get your app out and make a little money as well.
With Rachel in Las Vegas for Jockeys and Jeans, we're looking forward to an action-packed Saturday evening here at the races. Mentioned JJ will be here, Dan Dockich too. It is Horseshoe Hysteria. Let's talk more about that, Jeremiah. Big night coming up on Saturday. Again, another evening card with post time here at 5:30. Talking horses, talking hoops, and of course, Dan Dockich, former player and analyst. He'll be here trackside also, along with you, to donate 13 bikes to the kids in Shelby County through his Dan Dockich Cycles in the City program. Of course, Jeremiah Johnson Johnson will be here talking about horse racing. We'll also have that one-on-one shooting station in which Racing Rachel has made her way to Vegas just to dodge me against that one-on-one hoop station. But well, we got Megan, our intern. She hit the I call her.
I saw that on Twitter over the
that
winter. Yeah, that went viral. I understand you're pretty good at Pop-A-Shot, though. Is that accurate?
I got that long reach. That's the key.
Okay.
You know, so
sometimes it's just get in a
little
rhythm
finesse,
and let it go. I think I'll challenge you on Saturday.
I used to be good for, an outside jumper was always my forte. Horseshoe Hysteria coming up on Saturday again. JJ will be back along with Dan Dockich. Looking forward to that. Horse players, we know you're looking forward, as we are, to the Indiana Derby. Indiana Oaks here coming up on the 7th and 8th. But talking about that big weekend leading into Indiana Derby Day, it's also NHC qualifiers coming up here. JJ, the first of those will be on Friday, July 7th, as we take a look at that. Talking about hosting these live money buy-in for both Friday and Saturday, the 7th and 8th. And then, of course, we'll be wrapping up the season here in November. There'll be another one in December during the winter month when Racing Rachel will be here talking more about that for all of you. But $400 per entry on Friday, $500 per entry on Saturday. Cash prizes, $3,500, JJ, to the top 3 on Friday. That's the 7th. Top 2 will advance to the NHC final next year in Las Vegas. Then Saturday, July 8th, that's not only Indiana Derby Day, so you figure to handicap an excellent card that day on July the 8th. But Saturday's cash prizes will total $6,500 to the top 4, and then all 4 will advance to NHC 24, that in Las Vegas. So a couple of big qualifiers for that National Handicapping Championship in LV.
And I mentioned having dates circled on my calendar. July 8th has been circled for Indiana Derby. It was during the week the last couple of years, now going to Saturday, and I think it'll be a great day. Great to have the NHC qualifier also on Indiana Derby Day. And I'm really looking forward, just projecting out a little bit, to see which of those 3-year-old fillies also in the Indiana Derby. Who from the Kentucky Derby might make it to the Indiana Derby?
Also guessing that when JJ made his call for tickets for the Indiana Derby, you probably contacted Eric Hallstrom or Rachel, not Beth. But you want to contact Beth for the Indiana Derby packages available here. Of course, maybe you're looking for a great spot, taking all the racing action. Beth is standing by as we speak. Wish her a good afternoon at 317-421-8801. JJ has his tickets. I'll be here too. So will Brian on the camera. Bill, the entire crew, Aaron, and the lot. Indiana Derby packages on sale now by contacting Beth. Again, note a special post time Saturday, July 8th. That's also that second day of that NHC qualifier. We also mentioned post time at noon for the 29th running of the $300,000. It's a Grade 3 Indiana Derby and also the Indiana Oaks. Summer Saturdays of the Shoe, JJ, full swing. We've been running sometimes with that early 10:45 a.m. post time. Last Saturday we started at 5:30 p.m. This coming Saturday it'll also be an evening card, our second evening card of the season. But fans, we had a terrific turnout. A beautiful night last Saturday.
I saw them lined
Summer
up along the
Saturdays of
paddock on Saturday when I was watching. So I look forward to being here and interacting with all the fans on Horseshoe Hysteria Night at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
JJ and Dan Dockich will be here. We're getting closer, half hour or just over a half hour away from the first of the day. We want to test JJ's handicapping prowess here on our Horseshoe Indianapolis card after I just absolutely went into the swamp with my picks at the Royal.
It's okay. There are 10 more races this afternoon. You can get it all back.
I'm going to pay attention who JJ's best bet is on the card, and for that we'll take a look at the 6th race. And again, that's the third leg into that 50-cent late fire 5 today. It starts on the 4th. Final 5 thoroughbred races again for that 50-cent late fire 5. So JJ, let's take a look at this one. 6th race. It's a maiden sprint for the 3-year-old fillies. A field of 10. I mentioned the field size. Our smallest field size on today's card is 5. We start off with all 11 in the first of the day for the early pick 5. But in this 6th race, your best bet comes here in a maiden 3-year-old fillies dash.
Normally, it's a kind of race that I would maybe shy away from making a best bet because there is so much uncertainty. You have 4 first-time starters. I think you have 4 horses with some experience. But I am going to go with one of the experienced horses, and you'll see when I offer a little additional insight and analysis before that race. I think the race goes through Tony Granitz, and so I had to pick one of his 2 for the best bet. But I do think that number 7, Sharon's Gray Hope, is the selection. I liked what I saw from this horse coming out of the race. 2 back, finished second by a quarter of a length. This horse cost $75,000 to the April OBS sale, and I think that just looking at the past performances and seeing Tony Granite's getting this one ready, you know he's going to select the right spot for this horse. Some of those first-time starters, I don't see the numbers, maybe the breeding, I don't see the workouts that would make me be scared of them. So I think Sharon's Gray Hope is a really good selection for the best bet of the day there in race number 6.
Next is the 7-5 morning line favorite with Andre Zalo on that second-time starter for Tony Granite. Finished in back of a well-regarded filly by the name of Heaven and Earth here when making her debut. That's the Palace filly. She's the 7-5 morning line favorite. Again, no scratches, all 10 run in the 6th race. 150 to 1 shot won the 2:30 opener at Royal Ascot today to kick things off in the Norfolk Stakes. We're going to test JJ with his long shot play of the day, and for that Jeremiah comes in the 5th race, and you're looking at 20 to 1 on the morning line, talking about the 2 Outstanding Justice. Eddie Perez has done just great work this season for Bob Gorham. They had a winner on yesterday's card yet again. Here, Eddie Perez riding for Joseph Davis. The 2 Outstanding Justice is a 20 to 1 on the morning line, and you're a long shot on the card.
Yeah, you know, the grass races are the ones that I tend to see over, you know, a significant sample size as maybe the better chance for the long shots. And I think the pace is going to be determining whether my long shot selection has a chance. I see a lot of off the pace runners in this race. I see some that have had a number of opportunities to win without experiencing success. The 2 has had those opportunities, Outstanding Justice, but I think this is a chance to be Lone Speed. And if you can get Lone Speed, you can get that spot on the rail, as the 2 under Eddie Perez should. You hope that the fractions are slowish at the beginning, so then Outstanding Justice can have a chance to hold them off at the end. It's 20 to 1 on the morning line. My guess is maybe it's 10 to 15 to 1, but still that's a great price. And I think you need to consider it's the long shot. Maybe you put it in the trifecta. I still think there's a decent chance. Some of these early grass races, what I've noticed, maybe speed holds early and maybe closers on the grass a little bit later once some of the other jockeys say, hey, we're not going to let anyone get out loose on the lead. But I think that Eduardo Perez has a chance to get alone on the lead, and that would be a great long shot. Outstanding Justice in race number 5.
Jeremiah reached out to me yesterday on Twitter, Pacers JJ at John G. Dooley, talking about the turf rail position. And I mentioned to JJ the fact that with the rail set at 24 feet this race week, I mean, we've seen a share of horses that have been, up and on the lead, like your pick there, long odds pick with Eddie Perez coming up later today. But the fact that like Declan Cannon, he's been riding lights out with closers already this week. Arturo Toscanini coming from last to first with a wide sweeping move. Yesterday, Declan Cannon won a race for Jonathan Thomas. He also won a stake race last night, did the Jonathan Thomas stable for George Storbridge's Augustin stable at Canterbury Park on their big night yesterday. But Muffy coming up the rail. So with the turf rail set at 24 feet, we've seen closers, we've seen horses win on the front end, and I know you're hoping that Eddie Perez can get it done for you as your long shot play of the day.
It's been a fair track, but if you can have Lone Speed and you can ration those fractions, you have a chance down the stretch to hold off the closers.
Cheers to our big sponsors here this year in 2023, talking about Brown-Forman, Tequila Herradura, and Corbel Breed Development, and also High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle. We'll have a 10-race card today, so barring any dead heats, there'll be 10 horses making their way for a Cody photo into the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle here. They can champion you and all your real estate needs. Maybe you want to join the team. Contact them at 317-512-3767. You can also reach out to them on the web at highbarrealestate.com. They're on Facebook. They're also on Instagram. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media as well. You can follow me, I mentioned, at Pacers JJ. You can tweet me at John G. Dooley, Brian Aragoni.
You can tweet Rachel today too, right?
Yeah,
she can take your
me.
tweets.
I think Rachel said don't at me. No, today, of course, Rachel, it is Jockeys and Jeans. She's heading out to Las Vegas. She'll be following us here, the action. We know she keeps tabs on everything that we do here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. After all, she pays for a lot of the sponsorship bills. At Racing Rachel M, she has also got the company credit card, I think, this weekend. So
oh, nice.
Watch out for that. On Instagram, Rachel at Racing Rachel M. And again, we'd love to have you follow us track-wise at HS Indy Racing. Megan and Robbie are interns this season. They take care of a lot of social media for us, so cheers to them. At HS Indy Racing, on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and YouTube. You can watch race replays right there. Give us a like at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Quick commercial break here on this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Again, Jeremiah Johnson will be doing the racing analyzing here today, taking you through all of that with Racing Rachel out of town. But he's back. Brian Aragoni. B likes to talk about the 50-cent pick fives we've got here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and why not? It's got that low 11.99% takeout. We're sunny, fast, and firm, and also nice field sizes here today. All 11 run to start off that 50-cent early pick five. Back with Brian and his thoughts on the early pick five right after this. Good to have you, JJ.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
John and I blessed to have JJ joining us here for Wire to Wires. We kick off a Thursday at the Shoe. 10 races will go to the gate, 8 thoroughbreds, 2 quarter horse variety that Miss Martha will take you through, and we've got racing on Saturday. So if you a little bit concerned like I am about the final day of racing of the week, well, have no fear. We're back on Saturday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We feature some big fields today. Despite some big fields, I think we're going to have some formidable favorites that do look tough. It's been some time since I've seen a 3 to 5 morning line, especially in a maiden race. But that's what we have today in race number 5, which will kick off that late fire pick 4, and is both in the early pick 5 as well as the late pick 5. Race number 1, just 22 minutes away. No scratches, no changes to the opener. 5.5 furlongs. Going to be the distance in here, and it depends on what you want to do with Flower Pecker. This horse going from $62,000 claiming price right down to $5,000. They have waved the white flag on this 7-year-old by Discreet Cat, who earned the connections last year just under $80,000. Now after 2 starts this year, only $810 in the bank thus far, but has faced much tougher competition. Now, we have seen this move in the past for Cipriano Contreras. He dropped some other horses down that went down to 5,000, and it's usually a win or a run up the track proposition. Usually doesn't finish very well or wins going away. That could be the case in here with Flower Pecker. I do have the horse on top, but certainly some others that I want to take a look at. I'm Wide Awake is a horse who could get loose on the lead in here. Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza currently 9-2 on the board, and being overlooked right now is Milton Town. This is a horse who's going to get a great pace set up in here. I do project that the pace should be lively in this spot in Silver Racing. Picking his spots nicely here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He owns and trains Milton Town, who should get a great setup, and in his own right, looking for win number 10, and then Hard Night, another closer who has been at this $5,000 claiming level, but certainly fits against this group. Third start off the layoff, Hannah Leahy going to be calling the shots in here. So we'll spread out just a little bit in race number 1. We'll go light in race number 2. A maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs, going to be the distance in here. I think Or Mine, along with Kennel Club, are strictly the 2 horses to beat. If I were going to add in one of the first-time starters, it'd probably be number 6, Master of Disguise, for Edgar Morales and John Ennis, winning at 40% for Cheyenne Stables. But Kennel Club got some experience, noted that this horse went off below 5-1 over at Churchill Downs, and then Or Mine. I got the name right, the breeder's name in the top. The 2-year-old chestnut by Cantharos, another one who took some action at Keeneland, a full field of 12 that day on debut, went off below 10 to 1. Didn't really run all that great, was kind of off the pace, probably needs a little bit more distance than that short race they debuted at earlier in April, but they've been patient, comes back with some good workouts, and I think Or Mine will have a much better experience today now that they do have that experience under their belt. We'll head out to the turf course for the first time of the day in race number 3, and I had a tough time getting around this horse. When I'm like JJ, when we go on the turf, I usually want to try and create some value, usually try and look for some horses that are a little bit higher odds, try and beat some favorites, because oftentimes, especially on the turf, where most turf courses are on the inside of the dirt, the turns are a little bit tighter. You can find yourself navigating traffic or having a difficult time navigating traffic, and usually when we are on the turf, it's the horse with the best trip versus the best horse. Usually on the dirt, the best horse just wins the race because they can maneuver around a lot more, and oftentimes on the turf, you do get fuller fields, and that's the case we have in race number 3 as 8 will go to the gate. Joyful Applause looks to be the controlling pace setter in here. Edgar Morales, he was dominant here last year. He hasn't come back very frequently, but when he has, he's had success. And I think this horse can go to the lead or sit off of it today. Do note your 8 to 5 morning line choice does have 8 second and third place finishes, but I think the class relief just too much to overcome for the others in this field with Joyful Applause going to be the single in race number 3. Race number 4 will go back out to the main track, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Scratch 3, 4, 8, and 9. 3, 4, 8, and 9 come out of this spot. Plenty of scratches in this race. I'm going to go 2, 5, and 7. I think retained strictly the horse to beat, but the horses that provide value is Huntertown, a horse for course with 4 starts here. 2 wins in those 4 starts, has yet to miss the trifecta. Gets challenged for class in here, but has run well. And then Vivid Verse. This is a horse I just don't want to leave off my ticket. Hasn't been seen in over a year. It's been 14 months for Vivid Verse, but does come back at the $20,000 claiming price. Eligible for a tag, even though they could have run protected. But Cipriano, Contreras, and Esquivel are 2 connections that I try not to get beat by very often, regardless of their price. Race number 5, many people are going to single in here. Your 3 to 5 morning line favorite is Scenic Justice. The reason why I single in a little bit less of a confident spot in race number 3 is so that I can try and beat number 7. Because if you're going to be looking at these will pays, my guess would be Scenic Justice is about 5 times lower than your second choice in the will pays. So even if it chalks out or if we get one bound along the way, if you are able to be alive to more than Scenic Justice in this spot, it's going to pay generously. So we'll go 4, 5, 7, and 10. Shakano Hay is a horse who's trying the turf for the 3rd time, only beaten by your 3 to 5 morning line favorite by about 2.5 lengths last time out. Pork is my name. Excellent name in Pork is my name, but horses trying things for the 2nd time, and that's the case with number 5, who's 10 to 1 on the morning line, going 2 turns for the 2nd time, going on the turf for the 2nd time, and then number 10, Justice, one more time for Aaron West, Sammy Bermudez, 2nd off the layoff, 2nd time 2 turns, and 2nd time on the turf. There is some upside to be had to take a stand against Scenic Justice at 3 to 5. It's a Thursday at the Shoe. We've got JJ on set. We've got John G. Dooley up in the booth. Miss Rachel's on her way to Las Vegas to honor Horseshoe Indianapolis at the Jockeys and Jeans event. Certainly a lot going on here in Shelbyville, Indiana, and we are just 16 minutes away from kicking off that early pick 5. You can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
Well, good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us. Today, 10 races on tap, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a couple of quarter horse maiden dashes, main track fast, crosswind, turf course rated firm, rail set at 24 feet, fast and firm. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint, all 11 run. Starts off the 50-cent early pick 5, just covered by Racing Island's Brian Aragoni. Prior to the opener, low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. In the 210 opener, there are no changes. As noted, all 11 run. On to the second race. Maiden Juvenile Sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 4 today. Second race, all 8 run. No scratches in the opening double. Second race, jockey change for number 3, Fox Creek, will debut with Augustin Gomez. Augustin Gomez on the 3, Fox Creek. Second race, Maiden Juvenile Sprint, starts the pick 4. Turning to the third, Turf Mile. And here, all 8 run. Phillies Mares Turf, number 5, Lily Lane, a jockey change to Fernanda de la Cruz. This in race 3. Number 5, Lily Lane, will be ridden by Fernando de la Cruz. Number 7, Frango Electrico, 2 pounds over. Those changes in the third. Phillies Mares, Turf Mile. Fourth race starts off the 50-cent late fire 5. Again, low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. And from the sprint, scratch the 3, El Rosilo, 4, Captive Fuego, 8, Royal Consort, and 9, Sinner's Sin. No superfecta wagering. Starts off the 50-cent late fire 5. Scratch the 3, 4, 8, and number 9. In the fifth race, all 10 run. Fifth race, Turf Mile. There are no changes in the fifth. Due off here at 4:14. In the sixth race, all 10 run. No jockey changes. No scratches. All 10 run. Number 10, Heavenly Rich. And 4 pounds to the program weight with Cesar Escueda. Makes the weight there 125. The 10 is 4 over. All 10 run. And the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. On to the seventh race we go. Maiden Turf Mile. Here scratch 1, Domnall. 13, Brown Liquor Man. And the 14, Majestic Mr. Jones. Maiden Turf Mile. Scratch the 1, 13, and number 14. All have been withdrawn. Here, no rider changes, no overweights. Number 3, Lucius Zorin, is a gelding. Race 8. In the sprint, all 11 run. No scratches, no jockey changes. 8 to Kitten, 2 pounds over. In the ninth, the first of our quarter horse maiden dashes. Here, scratch the also eligibles. 11, My Liquid Love. 12, Express an Interest. 13, A Prolific Jess. And the 14, TA Am Relentless. Scratch 11, 12, 13, and number 14, the also eligibles. Let's look at the overweights. 1 running wide open plus 5. 2 TM All Aboard, 3 over. 3 Lonnie James plus 3 pounds. 4 JV2, 2 over. Number 9, Relentless Mate, 5 over. 10 Louisiana Luke, add 4 pounds to the program weight. And note those scratches. So again, from the ninth race, the also eligibles, 11, 12, 13, and there you see number 14, all have been scratched. Turning to the 10th, last of the day at 6:43 p.m. Eastern. This quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 300 yards, fast crosswind. Here, scratch 2, Tempting Aguila. Scratch the 2. No rider changes. 1 hidden interest plus 7 pounds. 3, Down Home Beach, 7 over. The 4, Louisiana on Fire, 2 over, and is a gelding. Louisiana on Fire, the number 4 is a gelding. Number 5, WRH Fastman, 2 over, also a gelding. WRH Fastman, the 5 is a gelding. Number 6, HQH Hickory, 5 pounds over. Number 7, VF Axel Foley, 2 pounds over. Makes the correct weight there, 126, and a gelding is VF Axel Foley, number 7. Again, the 4, 5, and 7 are geldings. And number 8, Delray's Roland Cole, 5 pounds over, and the quarter horse maiden juvenile finale. Cloudy skies, conditions-wise, main track fast, turf course firm, Rella 24 feet. We'll have the sprint opener all 11 run, due off in 10 minutes time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout again on the pick 5s. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first of the day. Opening sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. No changes at the top of the card, all 11 run. Race 1 of today's 10 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this meet. We are fast and firm. 2 minutes to post time for the opening sprint. All 11 run. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5, low 11.99% takeout, all 11 run. Fast and firm, due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with I'm Wide Awake. Sando Sanjor, Prince Act has the rail draw. We're loading up. Rodney Prescott with Mr. Manning in the blue. Josh Morales with Highest Praise. Eddie Perez, Ship Shape in the white. Here, all 11 run. Now McKenna Anderson with Touch of Chili Pepper. Like Highest Praise, both for John Herron. Joe Ramos with Special Price drew 9. Deshaun Parker, Day in the Country in the pink silks. Anthony Zaloa, Milton Town coming up. Manny Esquivel here with Flower Pecker, drew 5. Milton Town went in well at 5.5 furlongs, so stand by. One more, Hanalehi with Hard Night. Fast and firm for today's 10-race card. Great to have you with us. First of the day, they're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mr. Manning broke fast along with Flower Pecker. And there goes Touch of Chili Pepper, who's vying for the lead here with on the outside Flower Pecker with nearest the inside, McKenna Anderson, Touch of Chili Pepper, has taken the top from Flower Pecker, who tracks the speed. Right there is I'm Wide Awake in the red cap. Mr. Manning broke sharp, running a wide fourth. Prince Act gains with the rail at the 3.5. Then comes Day in the Country, who's sixth in between horses. Ship Shape a wide seventh. Milton Town is deeper out in eighth as they round the far turn. Then nearest the inside comes Highest Praise, who's running in ninth. Hard Night is running in 10th. And finally, Special Price trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter blown past in 22.31 seconds. They turn for home here in windy Indy, and that's Flower Pecker. Flower Pecker with I'm Wide Awake. On the outside, Mr. Manning looks to engage. After leading Touch of Chili Peppers, drop back sharply. Prince Act and Day in the Country looks to run on in between horses. Then comes Highest Praise as they come inside the final half furlong with Manny Esquivel. Flower Pecker holds I'm Wide Awake by a couple of lengths. Flower Pecker first by 2.5. I'm Wide Awake was second. Day in the Country third. Mr. Manning finished fourth. Highest Praise past Prince Act. Then farther back was Milton Town with Hard Night, Ship Shape, Special Price. And after leading them early, Touch of Chili Pepper was last of the 11 home. 103.84. First favorite Flower Pecker, Manny Esquivel for Cipriano Contreras. 6-5. The first favorite to start off the early pick 5. Flower Pecker obliges. .84 after the sprint. 103.84, 5-6 after a photo of the 4. Day in the Country third, and 7 Mr. Manning was fourth. First number 5 Flower Pecker at those 6-5 odds, favorite home in the opening sprint. Number 6 I'm Wide Awake. 2-1 was always being kept at bay by Flower Pecker. Manny Esquivel for Cipriano Contreras. 5, 6, 4, 7 the run order after race 1. Hold all bets until official. Returning to the high bar real estate winner's circle is the first favorite. And home number 5, Flower Pecker, under the hands of Manny Esquivel. Flower Pecker is a 7-year-old. Big gelding by Discreet Cat. And a Prairie Flower by Flowerelli. Bred in Indiana by Samuel and William Martin. Racing 4. Trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. And Desperado Racing LLC of Elizabeth A. Warden. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Flower Pecker. Race 1 is official. The 5-6 exacta returned $12.20. 50-cent trifecta 564, $35.25. And with Mr. Manning fourth after the opening sprint, 10-cent superfecta 5-6-4, and the 7 ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta returned $31.11. And the 210 opener, favorite, first, all 11 ran, 103.84 over a fast track. Second race, maiden juvenile sprint. Second race, no scratches, all 8 run. 3 Fox Creek, a jockey change to Augustin Gomez. Augustin Gomez will ride the 3 Fox Creek. Second race, maiden juvenile sprint. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent early pick 4. Fast and firm. Second race post time due in 18 minutes at 2:37. In all cases, please do make your selections and Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment will be our first replay of the day of the sprint. Hope you had a bet on Flower Pecker. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mr. Manning broke fast along with Flower Pecker, and there goes Touch of Chili Pepper, who's vying for the lead here with on the outside Flower Pecker with nearest the inside, McKenna Anderson, Touch of Chili Pepper, has taken the top from Flower Pecker, who tracks the speed. Right there is I'm Wide Awake in the red cap. Mr. Manning broke sharp, running a wide fourth. Prince Act gains with the rail at the 3.5. Then comes Day in the Country, who's sixth in between horses. Shape a wide seventh. Milton Town is deep around in eighth as they round the far turn. Then nearest the inside comes Highest Praise, who's running in ninth. Hard Night is running in 10th. And finally, Special Price trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter blown past in 22.31 seconds. They turn for home here in Windy, Indy, and that's Flower Pecker. Flower Pecker with I'm Wide Awake. On the outside, Mr. Manning looks to engage. After leading Touch of Chili Peppers, drop back sharply. Prince Act and Day in the Country looks to run on in between horses. Then comes Highest Praise as they come inside the final half furlong with Manny Esquivel. Flower Pecker holds I'm Wide Awake by a couple of lengths. Flower Pecker first by 2.5. I'm Wide Awake was second. Day in the Country third. Mr. Manning finished fourth. Highest Praise 103.84 after the sprint opener. Claim number 5, Flower Pecker, the winner. 1 in 103.84. There were 6 claims in for Flower Pecker. For $5,000, the now 8-time winner, Flower Pecker claimed over to new owner Salvador de la Lobos. Trainer Tony Cunningham claimed Flower Pecker. Won the opener at 103.84.
A formful start to the card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as Flower Pecker prevails, the favorite in the first race. I mentioned in the pre-race show with John G. Dooley, I expect to see some prices. I know Brian thinks it may be a little bit of a formful card, so hopefully we at least have a few price horses. I'm not sure that we're going to get one, though, here in this second leg. So you've got a maiden special weight, $34,000 is the purse. They're going 5 furlongs, and this is one of those races where 4 horses are running for the first time. 4 horses have some experience, and you see the 4 to 5 favorite. I have a little bit of fear because the early money is coming in on the Brad Cox horse, Mike from Peaburg. Now, I tend to like horses with some experience, but also if you look at the will pays, the double will pays make the 2 a heavy favorite. I'll talk about Mike from Peaburg in just a little bit, but on top, I'm going to go with what is currently the second choice right now at 7 to 2, so not real creative. My picks here in race number 2. It is the 5-horse Kennel Club. Deshaun Parker riding for Ko Karamori. Now, this duo teamed up with an impressive win on the grass back on June 7th. That horse was single her, so they're going to try to do it again. This horse started slow in debut. That was a 5-furlong, $92,000 maiden special weight race at Churchill Downs. So immediately in a race like this, I'll take a look at and see if any of the horses have run before. And I have my attention on a horse that has run a very tough race at Churchill Downs and is now coming to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Also, look at a bullet work from Kennel Club at Keeneland. That was just a 3-furlong work, but 3 furlongs in 35 and 4. So I expect Kennel Club with a race of experience to get to the lead today, and we'll see if they can go the distance just in this 5-furlong sprint. I mentioned currently the favorite at 4 to 5, Brad Cox, obviously is going to attract some money, and that is the 2 Mike from Peaburg. Actually, I'm going to put that horse in third just for fun. A first-time starter is the 6 Master of Disguise for trainer John Ennis, one of 2 horses that Edgar Morales is in to ride. Not a ton to go by for this selection, but I do trust Edgar Morales, and that puts me over the top here. And something else I will consider. One of the other horses with experience is the 1 Ori Mine, and that one raced on debut at Keeneland, and that day was ridden by Edgar Morales. So just because Morales, and we can't be for certain that he had the choice in this race, he is riding the 6, so maybe that puts me to say the 6 has a better chance than the 1. I know Brian's big on the 1's chances as well, and so wanted to get a little creative with that second choice. 14 to 1, I do love the price on that first-time starter, but maybe that's not a good sign that the money is not coming in. I will not be surprised if my third choice wins this race. Neither will any of the bettors. 4 to 5, Mike from Peaburg. I don't know if that's Prestonsburg, Kentucky, or another Peaburg, but Brad Cox is the trainer. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is the jockey. 8 to 5 on the morning line, currently at 4 to 5, and as I mentioned, those double will pays would seem to point towards Mike from Peaburg being a strong favorite and what would be a very formful start to the pick 5 if Mike from Peaburg is able to win. Brad Cox hitting at 35% this meet, 7 winners from 20 starters. I mentioned Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Plenty of listed workouts, so you would think Mike from Peaburg will be ready to run, but I don't love that price. Maybe there's a chance that this horse wants to get a race of experience and then maybe go for a more expensive maiden special weight down the line. In fourth, I'll go with the 4, Prince Colton. The only horse that has run twice already. So it's an inexperienced field. You see a lot of improvement when a horse goes from first race to second race. From second to third, sometimes you have a little bit more of a body of work and maybe less improvement. But I do see an opportunity because look at the past performances. You see both of Prince Colton's previous races were on the turf. One of them at 7.5 furlongs here back on June 10th. Now going to the dirt, and Michelle Elliott says 12 days later, we're going to give this horse a chance to break the maiden, and Santos Sanger knows this horse very well. Obviously, 9th by 14 lengths. You don't love that, but it was a turf race. 4th by 2 lengths on May 22nd. Both of those, again, on the dirt. This one is on, or those were on the turf. This one's on the dirt. So long shot selections for me would be the 6 and the 4, the logicals, the 5 and the 2. Put them all together, you've got a superfecta chance.
We'll see what happens. We thank you for joining us all day here from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. I'm Jeremiah Johnson. I'll talk to you prior to race 3.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This maiden juvenile sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 8. All 8 run. 3 Fox Creek, a jockey change to Augustin Gomez. Augustin Gomez on 3 Fox Creek. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent early pick 4, fast and firm. On parade for the maiden juvenile. 3 minutes to post time, due at 2:37. That's 3 minutes away. Post time in 2 minutes. Now 1 minute away from post time. Starts to the 50-cent early pick 4. Fast and firm. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1, drone view. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Orlando Mexico with Ormine. Deshaun Parker with Kennel Club. The first two both went in well. Now Edgar Morales with Master of Disguise. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Mike from Peaburg, drew 2. That was Nation's Dream, who reared up and back of the gate and unseated Rodney Prescott. The loose juvenile is Nation's Dream. Outrider has a hold of Nation's Dream. So the loose horse Nation's Dream's been pulled up by the outrider. At 35-1 odds presently on Nation's Dream. Those that were in line have been backed out, and near the 5 furlong start, Rodney Prescott is up. The outrider with Nation's Dream alongside, making their way back toward the 5 furlong start here for the maiden juvenile. Once again, Nation's Dream, when due to load, reared up and unseated Rodney Prescott, and the rider's okay, Rodney Prescott. All-time winning as jockey here. Nation's Dream being second-time starter, making his way back toward the gate, and will be under a veterinarian review. Late scratch, the 7 Nations Dream. After a review by the track veterinarian at the 5 furlong start, number 7 Nations Dream has now been ordered scratched. All wagers on 7 Nations Dream, refunds. There will be a 5 and 7 consolation double, 5 and 7 for a consolation double. Those that have the 7 Nations Dream in an earlier multi-race wager, including the 50-cent early pick 5, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute. in any multi-race wagers on Seven Nations Dream. Now ordered scratched from the maiden juvenile sprint, 5 and 7 for a consolation double. Ready to reload. Or mine going back in. Now Mike from Peaburg getting fractious in back of the gate. Mike from Peaburg just unseated Marcelino Pedroza Jr., who took a hold of the reins there on Mike from Peaburg. These juveniles getting wound up here in back of the gate. The two you see in line are Ormine and Prince Colton. Again, we had the late scratch on Seven Nations Dream. And now the track veterinarian taking a look at Mike from Peaburg. Okay to run, Mike from Peaburg. Back up on board the first-time starter, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. goes for Brad Cox coming up, Mike from Peaburg. Kennel Club 8-5 favorite, 9-5 the loading Mike from Peaburg. There's 4-1 Ormine, 5-1 Prince Colton. Now Augustin Gomez with Fox Creek drew 3. Deshaun Parker with Kennel Club in the Royal Blue. Fox Creek, Kennel Club, 2-back. Egg Morales with Master of Disguise. Late scratch again on Seven Nations Dream, that 5-7 consolation double. 7's a non-runner, so stand by one more. Joe Ramos with Revenge Tour. One of the 4 first-time starters in our seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis were past due. All in line now. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Revenge Tour and Prince Colton, they were the two that were real slow to go. Fast start for Master of Disguise. There's Ormine in the black cap, who comes dashing up now from the rail for Orlando Mejica with a bid to take the lead past the half mile. In the meantime, Mike from Peaburg is tracking them from third. It's Ormine who leads around the far turn from a close-up Master of Disguise. Mike from Peaburg. Kennel Club in the Royal Blue is running a wide fourth. Then it's a break of 3 more to Fox Creek, break of 5 more to Revenge Tour, and 4 more to Prince Colton, who trails as these maiden 2-year-olds come past the quarter pole. 22.96 for the lead part. It's Master of Disguise. Master of Disguise has swept in front of Ormine, Mike from Peaburg. Kennel Club's bid is over here on the stand side rail. Fox Creek Revenge Tour, Prince Colton is last. 1 furlong away for Ormine, who leads with the rail. Master of Disguise and Mike from Peaburg is rallying on with Kennel Club on the outside. They're close to home. Here comes Mike from Peaburg. For Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Mike from Peaburg. Roped Ormine in. Kennel Club third, Master of Disguise finished fourth. $59.85 after the maiden juvenile, $59.85. 2-1-5-6, number 2, Mike from Peaburg. 9-5 first, number 1, Ormine was second best. Number 5, Kennel Club, 2-1 third, and 6, Master of Disguise with a 4th on debut. $59.85 after the maiden juvenile, 2-1-5-6. Hold all bets until official. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., this was one of the newcomers, Cantheros colt. Brad Cox trains for Michael J. Caruso and Michael Dubb. Mike from Peaburg at 9-5. The favorite takes out the sprint. The result of the second race official. Result confirmed by the judges, again noting late scratch on 7 Nations Dream at 5 and 7. Consolation double to start us, 5-7 for a consolation double. Refunds due on the 7. Well, we got a bit anxious in back of the gate prior to the start of the maiden juvenile, but got it done. Mike from Peaburg with leading jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Winning groom leading into the high bar real estate winner's circle, number 2, Mike from Peaburg with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Mike from Peaburg, 2-year-old chestnut colt by Cantharos, out of Passion of the Nile by Pioneer of the Nile. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. Brad Cox trains for Michael J. Caruso and Michael Dubb. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Mike from Peaburg. The 2-1 exactum paid $18.40 with Master of Disguise 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 2156, paid $7.21. 50-cent trifecta, 215, $10.75. 5-2 double paid $9.40. Favorites both. 5-7 for a consolation double. That's a consolation double 5 and 7 for $3.60. Second race maiden juvenile. 7 was a non-runner. Refunds on Nation's Dream. Favorite was first. 7 face starter Ray Kuick, 59.85. In the third, one of those today, Cardiff for the turf course rated firm, rail at 24 feet. Fillings Mares Turf Mile, all 8 run. No scratches. Number 5, Lily Lane, a jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz on 5, Lily Lane. Number 7, Frango Electrico, 2 pounds over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in just 15 minutes. Get your bets on. Due at 3:07. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Revenge Tour and Prince Colton, they were the 2 that were real slow to go. Fast start for Master of Disguise. There's Ormine in the black cap, who comes dashing up now from the rail for Orlando Mejica with a bid to take the lead past the half mile. In the meantime, Mike from Peaburg is tracking them from third. It's Ormine who leads around the far turn from a close-up Master of Disguise. Mike from Peaburg. Kennel Club in the Royal Blue is running a wide 4th. Then it's a break of 3 more to Fox Creek, break of 5 more to Revenge Tour, and 4 more to Prince Colton, who trails as these maiden 2-year-olds come past the quarter pole. 22.96 for the lead part. It's Master of Disguise. Master of Disguise has swept in front of Ormine, Mike from Peaburg. Kennel Club's bid is over here on the stand side rail. Fox Creek Revenge Tour, Prince Colton is last. 1 furlong away for Ormine, who leads with the rail. Master of Disguise and Mike from Peaburg is rallying on with Kennel Club on the outside. They're close to home. Here comes Mike from Peaburg. For Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Mike from Peaburg. Roped Ormine in. Kennel Club third, Master of Disguise finished 4th.
The first-time starter out of the Brad Cox barn, Mike from Peaburg, is able to prevail in race number 2. Did go off as the favorite, just got a little bit more money in that win pool compared to Kennel Club. My selection, Kennel Club, just did not have enough down the stretch. Once again, in 2-year-old races, you're going to have maybe some erratic horses, so you saw some talent from Mike from Peaburg. It is a formful start to this pick 5. We're going to go to the grass right now for the first time today, and I mentioned on the pre-race show, I tend to think these are some races where you might have a chance for some price horses, although my selection on top for this race in this $36,000 race for 3-year-old fillies is the current favorite. I'm going to go with the 3-horse Joyful Applause, currently at 7-5. Brian Aragoni also touted this horse as his single in his early pick 5. Of course, we have a number of big-name trainers coming in for this race. Paulo Lobo, Ian Wilkes, Helen Pitts, Ron Moquette. I'm going to go with Helen Pitts' horse. Edgar Morales is aboard for Joyful Applause, coming off a couple of third-place finishes in tough allowance races in May at Churchill Downs. Edgar Morales was aboard for both of those races and is also this horse's regular rider, having had the call for each of the last 6 races for this filly, and in the money for all 6. 1 win, 2 seconds, and 3/3. So even though the 3-horse Joyful Applause is slated to win, I definitely think she will at the very least be in the money if you look at those past performances. This horse towers over the field if you look at the Equibase Prime Power ratings as well. So should get the lead early. We'll see about that pace pressure if anyone can chase down Joyful Applause in the stretch. In second, I'm going to go with a little bit of a price horse. Now, my reasoning for this is going to have to change just a little bit. I liked Lily Lane this morning, number 5, when I started looking through things, and it's one of my favorite things that I look for here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is a jockey that's in town riding just one horse. You think maybe there's a little extra motivation, incentive. Usually there's a reason they're going to make the trip here if they're only going to ride one horse. That was Declan Cannon. However, as you noted with the changes, there is a different jockey aboard Lily Lane, Fernando de la Cruz, but I still think this horse has a chance to get the job done. If nothing else, maybe get second to Joyful Applause. This filly's been training at Keeneland. New trainer since the last race, Edward Vaughn, just his second starter of the meeting. But it was significant to me, even though Declan Cannon is not here, that Declan signed on to come and ride this horse. You never know the reason or the circumstances that Declan is not riding today. I still think Fernando de la Cruz is an outstanding jockey as well. Lily Lane, I love the price perhaps as much as anything. 16-1, I'll have Lily Lane in my second spot in race number 3. Now, if Joyful Applause gets too much pace pressure, and there is a closer, I like another price horse coming in third. I mentioned Ron Moquette. He's someone I always have my eye out for, my antenna up if he's racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's going to be the trainer of the horse on the outside of this field, the 8-horse Massard. Ron has entered the week with only 3 previous runners at this meet, 1 win and 1 third. Now, the horse has not gotten much support at the windows previously, but I do think there's a chance because those races were at Churchill Downs and Keeneland, now racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm a little disappointed with how this horse, Massard, finished the 2022 racing season. So we'll see if Ron Moquette can have this horse ready to go for this trip to Shelbyville and Horseshoe Indianapolis. Never doubt Moquette. Also, Sammy Bermudez should give you some confidence that this horse can work out a good trip. Coming from behind, a positive ROI for Sammy Bermudez with off-the-pace types. And as you see, rounding out the superfecta, we had our third-place horse on the outside. Now we're going to go towards the rail, and I think that's an important spot for this turf course and the way it's been playing. We saw it a little bit yesterday as well, especially in that finale, that final thoroughbred race. And it's Macadamia, Joe Ramos for Paulo Lobo, expecting this horse to sit just off that pace that's set by Joyful Applause. Should get first crack at the favorite, so we'll see if this 4-year-old gray filly can make the winning move today. Last race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, maybe moved just a little bit early. Got the lead in the stretch, then was run down by a trio of horses, eventually finishing 4th in a race similar to this. So maybe that conditioning, maybe that experience can help the 1-horse macadamia. I've got a couple of prices. Never like to include all the top choices, so I do have the favorite on top, but look for either 5 or 8 to perhaps provide some value in your exacta or trifecta. Should be a good first race on the grass here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Riders are up. They are heading to the track. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the third race. It's a Fillies Mare Mile on the turf. Course rated firm, now set at 24 feet. There are no scratches. All lead run. And our first turf race of the day over the mile. Number 5, Lily Lane, a jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. The Ron Parade. Once again, note, Fernando de la Cruz rides number 5, Lily Lane. Fernando de la Cruz. 7, Frango Electrico, 2 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. We are firm and fast. 3 minutes to post time for the Fillies Mare Turf Mile. 3 minutes. Post time in 2 minutes. We're now just 1 minute away from post time for the Fillies and Mare Turf Mile. Course firm. Rel at 24 feet. We are firm and fast today. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Our first turf race of the day, the mile. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Now crossing over to the turf course. The fillies and mare near the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Joe Ramos with Macadamia. The first filly in. Fernando de la Cruz with Lily Lane. Now Orlando Mexica, 6-year-old mint edition. The mare taking on her younger counterparts. Final fillies moving in now. Jesus Castellan with Justifiable Bell. 4-5 favorite. Here's the Skyview loading at the mile. Joyful Applause. Edgar Morales for Helen Pitts Blasi. Favorite. Joyful Applause. Hannah Leahy with Frango Electrico. Two back. Malcolm Franklin, Fast Transit in the blue, drew 4. So this over the mile. 4-5, Joyful Applause. 5-2, Macadamia. 5-1, Justifiable Bell. One more, Sammy Bermudez with Massard, the Nyquist filly. Over the mile, course here firm, rel at 24 feet this race week. They're in the gate. And they're off. And there's Lily Lane, Fast Transit, Macadamia from the rail, Joyful Applause. Here comes an early bid from Frango Electrico, and Massard is right with her. But it's Lily Lane who just leads out for Fernando de la Cruz, joined on the outside by Frango Electrico out to the stretch with Fast Transit, and on the outside is Massard. Then saving ground for Edgar Morales, the favorite. Joyful Applause, white with the royal blue stripes with just inside 6 furlongs to run. Mint Edition in tight quarters there. Mint Edition is rank and was trying to bear out through the turn. Caught out deep on the course is Justifiable Bell, will settle by Joe Ramos. Macadamia trails the fillies mare mile, the opening quarter in 23.63 seconds. Now making this run near the half-mile pole. At the inside, Lily Lane, joined on the outside by Fast Transit, who's close up. It's Lily Lane. Fast Transit stays right with her. Frango Electrico, Massard making steady progress. Saving ground is Joyful Applause off the leader's heels. In the meantime, Justifiable Bell takes a wider angle of attack as they round the far turn. Just inside, 3 furlongs to go from here. Half mile clocked in 48.84. Massard making a bid. Here's Massard up to take on Lily Lane. Fast Transit under pressure with Justifiable Bell, and gaining on the extreme outside, Macadamia. She was last in the early stages, but Macadamia coming with a sweep past them all. 3/4, 1 minute 13.48 seconds. Macadamia went to the top. From staying on between horses, Joyful Applause, then Lily Lane with the rail. Flattening out was Massard, and on the outside Justifiable Bell, but with Joe Ramos. Macadamia raced away. Macadamia won by nearly 4. Joyful Applause was second to Macadamia, then Lily Lane and Justifiable Bell. .137.27 after the Disnaf Turf Mile. 137.27 seconds, 1:3.56. The unofficial run order after race 3. First, number 1, Macadamia, 2-1. 3, Joyful Applause at 4-5. The favorite was the runner-up to Macadamia. Third, number 5, Lily Lane, at 29 to 1 odds. And at 5 to 1, the 6, Justifiable Bell, getting into the frame. 1, 3, 5, 6, hold all until official. Leading jockey here last season with 106 wins. Another nice meet for Joe Ramos. He takes the Wooten Bassett filly from last to first, Macadamia. For Polo Lobo and Bon Chance Farm, it's Macadamia at 2 to 1. The result of the third race official. Returning to the high bar real estate winner circle is the one Macadamia. Comes from last to first with Joe Ramos. The Distaff Turf Mile, Macadamia. 4-year-old Grey Roan filly by Wooten Bassett. Out of the Verglas mare, El Dakar, bred in France by Arras Bonchance. Polo Lobo trains for Bonchance Farm LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections to this French bred. There's Macadamia. Results in 1-3 exacta for $13.80. 50-cent trifecta, 1-3-5, $60.15. 2-1 double paid $16.60. 10-cent superfecta were $33.82. Justifiable Bell ran fourth after the mile. First pick 3 of the day, 5 with the 2 Endor 7 with Macadamia the 1. Pick 3 for $9.25. In the Fillies and Mare Turf Mile, favorite, second. All they ran, 137.27. In the fourth, next sprint, scratchers from the next one, the 3 Adorosilo, 4 Cap the Fuego, the 8 Royal Concert, and 9 Sinner's Sin. There'll be no superfecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch the 3, 4, 8, and number 9. Exacta, trifecta, double pick 3. Sprint starts off the 50-cent lead, Fire 5. Again, noting the low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season, as we've noted since the start. Fast and firm, post time for the sprint in 17 minutes, 3:36, post time. And they're off. And there's Lily Lane, Fast Transit, Macadamia from the rail. Joyful applause. Here comes an early bid from Frango Electrico, and Massard is right with her. But it's Lily Lane who just leads out for Fernando de la Cruz, joined on the outside by Frango Electrico out to the stretch with Fast Transit, and on the outside is Massard. Then saving ground for Egg Morales, the favorite. Joyful applause, white with the royal blue stripes with just inside 6 furlongs to run. Mint Edition in tight quarters there. Mint Edition is rank and was trying to bear out through the turn. Caught out deep on the course is Justifiable Bell, will settle by Joe Ramos. Macadamia trails the Fillies Mare Mile, the opening quarter in 23.63 seconds. Now making this run near the half-mile pole. At the inside, Lily Lane, joined on the outside by Fast Transit, who's close up. It's Lily Lane. Fast Transit stays right with her. Frango Electrico, Massard making steady progress. Saving ground is Joyful Applause off the leader's heels. In the meantime, Justifiable Bell takes a wider angle of attack as they round the far turn. Just inside, 3 furlongs to go from here. Half mile clocked in 48.84. Massard making a bid. Here's Massard up to take on Lily Lane. Fast Transit under pressure with Justifiable Bell, and gaining on the extreme outside, Macadamia. She was last in the early stages, but Macadamia coming with a sweep past them all. 3/4, 1 minute 13.48 seconds. Macadamia went to the top. From staying on between horses, Joyful Applause, then Lily Lane with the rail. Flattening out was Massard, and on the outside Justifiable Bell, but with Joe Ramos. Macadamia raced away. Macadamia won by nearly 4. Joyful Applause was second to Macadamia, then Lily Lane, and Justifiable.
Just 9 minutes away from kicking off that late Fire 5. If you are still alive in that early pick 5, best of luck through the next 2 races as we will kick off the late Fire in race number 4 and the late pick 4 in race number 5. Still plenty of turf opportunities coming up as well. We'll race on the turf race 5 and 7, but race number 4 goes forward on the main track. 5.5 furlongs is the distance for 3-year-olds and upwards. A few scratches out of this race. El Rocio comes out of post position number 3. Cap de Fuego out of number 4. Royal Consort in post position number 8. And Sinner's 9. Sinner's Sin in post position number 9. 3, 4, 8, and 9 scratched out of this race, all trying to avoid retained. A 3-year-old son of Bayern, who's been awfully impressive so far this year, does have 4 starts to the name, 2 victories, 1 second place finish, 96,000 in earnings. One of those wins did come here under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz. He'll be aboard yet again for retained, who looks to put that winning streak on the line, has won the last 2 in a row, got the maiden breaking score here, then shipped over to a starter allowance race over at Churchill Downs. Went off favored in that spot as well, and in both races showed speed and had plenty left when called on. We'll see if retained can continue to go up the class ladder and continue with his winning ways. 3-5 right now. The bettors have really piled on to the retained bandwagon. Number 5 is Hunter Town. This one providing the potential value on the board, at least in my opinion, versus 3-5. You're getting 8-1 on Hunter Town. A horse with experience and is becoming a horse for course here. The Kentucky bred has made his home here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with 4 starts, 2 wins, a second and a third. Yet to miss the trifecta. Will face a tough group today. Went off at 16-1 last time out and certainly outran those odds. Put pressure on the rest of that field each and every step of the way. Commerce Comet did go on to win that day by about 3.5 lengths. But I like the speed that Hunter Town brings to the table. Loves this surface. And when he was headed by the favorite last time out, he fought on willingly in the lane. I know the running line looks a little bit misleading that he tired very late in the game, which is true. But he fought on for a full 1/8 of a mile in that race because he was headed early on in the turn, and he battled all the way through the wire. 8-1 on the board. Number 7 is one I just did not know what to do with, but connections that I certainly don't want to leave off any of my tickets. You can see on my screen now, I'm going to use my top 3 choices in here, 2, 5, and 7. The 2 being your most likely winner. The 5 and the 7 would be best case scenario for horizontal purposes. Vivid Verse goes out for Cipriano, Contreras, and Esquivel. I'm not even sure if this one was good enough when last seen, April 22nd, almost 14 months ago, but comes back for connections that simply love to win races. They are in for a tag in here, $20,000 tag, when they could be running protected should they choose, but looking to push those earnings upwards of $200,000. And unlike the win machines here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Vivid Verse, 3 starts, 3 third-place finishes, but we'll see if Esquivel can guide this one home. A winner for Contreras, who does own and train Vivid Verse. On my screen, you'll see I'm using the top 3 choices. We'll go off for race number 5. Going to single in race number 5. Your 3-5 favorite. It's just a tough one to get around. If you're playing 2 tickets, some may single Scenic Justice or try and single elsewhere. Strictly the horse to beat, but does need a pace to chase. We'll see if, oftentimes when connections feel they've got the best horse in the race, they don't sit back. They go right to the lead and play catch me if you can. That could be the case with Scenic Justice. Moving ahead to the finale, I think there's a single in race number 8 as well. Pretty bullish on race number 8. Allowance non-winners of 2. Post position number 2. We're going to single Girls Are Tougher. This is a horse I had on top, I believe, at 39-1 in the Swifty Sired Stakes, or handicap, back on May 17th. Came back, got the maiden breaking score at 7-5, which was a gift. Your second place runner, Forever Blessed, did come back to run well. It's a sequence that's unique for me. 2 singles, and then we're going to spread it out in 2 other races, try and catch a price in race 6 or 7. The riders get in the leg up. We are just 4 minutes away from kicking off that late Fire 5, and you can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
Stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. The sprint over the 5.5 furlongs. Field of 5. Scratch down to 5. Take out 3. El Rosilo. 4. Captive Fuego. 8. Royal Concert. And scratch 9. Sinner's Sin. No superfecta wagers. Scratch 3, 4. 8 and number 9. Sinner's Sin. Exacta. Trifecta. Double pick 3. As Brian Aragoni covered a moment ago. Starts at the 50-cent late fire 5, low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. We are fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Post time in 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Sprint starts off the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast, firm, due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Rodney Prescott with tightrope. First of the 5 in. Once again, the 3, 4, 8, and the 9 are all the non-runners. Fernando de la Cruz with retained has joined tightrope. Now Orlando Mexico, here comes Huntertown and the Black Silks. At 5.5 furlongs. 2 back. Santo Sanjor. A few too many loads at 6-1 odds. It's 3-5 retained. One more. Vivid Verse in the blue. Manny Esquivel won the opener for Cipriano Contreras with Flower Pecker. Starts of the late Fire 5, all set. They're off and sprinting. A few too many broke quickly. Nearest the inside tightrope, and right there is retained, but it's tightrope. So tightrope has the rail, has the speed, and the early lead here for Rodney Prescott as Fernando de la Cruz sets off in pursuit of tightrope with retained through the first furlong and a half. Then toward the railers Huntertown, and the Black Silks just in third for Orlando Mexico. After breaking sharp for Santo Sanjor, a few too many is being driven to gain with just over 3 furlongs to go, and with Manny Esquivel in the blue, Vivid Verses wide and last. The quarter 22.18 seconds, tightrope and retained. They remain 1-2 coming past the quarter pole, while 5 clear from Huntertown, who straightens away in third. Vivid Verse looks to launch a bit around a few too many. As they straighten away, here comes retained, going shoulder to shoulder with tightrope as they come down toward the final furlong. Huntertown, a few too many, finally Vivid Verse. It is retained and tightrope, and they are going head to head, neck and neck. Retained outside of tightrope. Retained for Fernando de la Cruz. Rodney Prescott and tightrope toward the inside, grudgingly to retained. Retained driven out by 1/2 to 3/4 to tightrope, who just missed. Retained gets the result. Huntertown, a few too many, and well up the track to Vivid Verse. Last of the quintet. .103.77 after the sprint. 103.77. 2:156 after the running of race 4. Another favorite home here. 2 retained at 3-5 takes out the sprint. 103.77. Number 1 tightrope at 5-2 was second, 2 retained. Number 5 Huntertown. 14-1 third. 6 a few too many, 7 Vivid Verse. 2-1-5-6 and the 7 the full order after race 4. Hold all bets until posted as official. There's retained. Fernando de la Cruz gets the favorite home for Bill Morey. Bobby T. Sturgeon's SP Stables LLC, son of Byron, retained at 3-5. Starts off a late Fire 5. The result is official. Good battle that between Tightrope and Retained gets the win. Stepping into the high bar real estate winner's circle, the 2 Retained with Fernando de la Cruz. Retained is a 3-year-old big gelding by Bayer. Out of Rarities by City Zip, bred in Kentucky by Kaleem Shah. Bill Morey trains for Bobby T. Sturgeon's SB Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this favorite. Retained takes out the sprint at odds on 103.77. Here come the pays. 2-1 Exacta favorites combined for an $8 return. 50-cent trifecta 2-1-5 paid $9.70. 1 and 2 double $12.20. Pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4 featured. Pick 3 coming back $8.70. In the sprint, 3, 4, 8, and 9 were the non-runners. Favorite first, 5, face starter Ray Kuick, 103.77. Back to the turf for the 5th, maiden turf mile, all 10 run. There are no changes in our 5th of the day. So it's halftime here on a 10-race card. We are fast and firm. Race 5, maiden turf mile, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent. Late pick 4. Firm and fast, reminding all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live racing tomorrow. Back on Saturday evening. Saturday first post time on the 24th at 5:30 p.m. Join us here for a night of horses and hoops. Dan Dockich will be joining us here for Horseshoe Hysteria. Dan will be trackside to donate 13 bikes to the kids in Shelby County through his Dan Dockich Cycles in the City program. And plus, joining us today and on Saturday, Jeremiah Johnson, sideline reporter and host for the Pacers. JJ will be back on Saturday, 5:30 post time on the 24th. Horses and hoops. Join us on Saturday evening for Horseshoe Hysteria. They're off and sprinting. A few too many broke quickly. Nearest the inside, Tightrope, and right there is Retained, but it's Tightrope. So Tightrope has the rail, has the speed, and the early lead here for Rodney Prescott as Fernando de la Cruz sets off in pursuit of Tightrope with Retained through the first furlong and a half. Then toward the rails Huntertown, and the Black Silks just in third for Orlando Mexica. After breaking sharp for Santo Sanjor, a few too many is being driven to gain with just over 3 furlongs to go, and with Manny Esquivel in the blue, Vivid Versus wide and last. The quarter 22.18 seconds, Tightrope and Retained. They remain 1-2 coming past the quarter pole, while 5 clear from Huntertown, who straightens away in third. Vivid Verse looks to launch a bit around a few too many. As they straighten away, here comes Retained, going shoulder to shoulder with Tightrope as they come down toward the final furlong. Huntertown, a few too many, finally Vivid Verse. It is Retained and Tightrope, and they are going head-to-head, neck and neck. Retained outside of Tightrope. Retained for Fernando de la Cruz. Rodney Prescott and Tightrope toward the inside, grudgingly to Retained. Retained driven out by a half to 3/4 to Tightrope, who just missed. Retained gets the result. Well, good afternoon. It's halftime here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, part of a 10-race program. Today's edition of Dooley's Data as we wrap up a 3-day stretch. Don't forget, as I mentioned from the broadcast booth, Saturday a fun night. It'll be with Dan Dockich and also Jeremiah Johnson, who's our guest analyst here today, joining us for Horseshoe Hysteria. That'll be on Saturday evening at 5:30 p.m. A moment ago, Favorite takes out the sprint under jockey Fernando de la Cruz, and talking about dirt sprints and, well, in fact, our dirt racing here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That's today's edition of Dooley's Data. Let's take a look at some stat facts courtesy of our friends at Horse Racing Nation. I know my good friend Ed DeRosa looking forward to this weekend's Ohio Derby as well. Jockeys with dirt track wins. Again, cheers to our friends, Horse Racing Nation, giving us today's edition of Dooley's Data. Fernando de la Cruz, well, he just won the last race on the favorite for Bill Morey. Fernando de la Cruz has the most wins on the dirt here this season with 23. Check that. Make it 24 after the running of the fourth of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a 19 win percentage that continues to grow with each and every racing day here for one of our top jockeys, Fernando de la Cruz. Joe Ramos, he won that turf mile on board last to first, the French-bred Macadamia. Joe Ramos has the second highest win total on the dirt with 17 wins and a 17% win clip on the dirt. Of course, Joe Ramos showing his prowess. He's the defending leading jockey here. Joe Ramos always talented with his mounts on the dirt or on the turf, as we saw today in the mile with Macadamia. And how about Alex Achard? He has the highest Horse Racing Nation impact at 54%, that HRN impact percentage, followed closely by McKenna Anderson, of course, who claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. McKenna with a 53% Horse Racing Nation impact percentage. Look at today's edition of Dooley's Data for those dirt track races here and their wins provided by our friends from Horse Racing Nation. Cheers to them. Still a lot of racing action to come here. We're up to race 5 of 10 on a Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast and firm. Good luck with all your bets the rest of the way.
Favorite comes home to score in race number 4 to kick off that late Fire 5 with a favorite, but did put up a fight with your second choice as those two made it a match race, essentially from right out of the gate. 9 minutes away as we head back out to BA's turf course for race number 5. Firm The setting with the rail at 24 feet, 1 mile the distance, no scratches, no changes, leaves us with a full field of 10, which unfortunately around the country don't get to say 10 horses as much as many of us would like. We'll kick off the late pick 4 in here. We do have a 3 to 5 morning line favorite. I haven't seen many morning lines at 3 to 5, so can certainly appreciate the morning line professional taking the stand. And at this point, they are spot on with the Tony Granite's trainee called Scenic Justice, a horse who, if you had this one back on May 9th, I have to apologize because that was a sickening defeat where they went from 8th to 3rd in the blink of an eye, was absolutely flying home. They also went off at 24 to 1. Many bettors piled on last time out, and maybe just a little bit too much weight to keep Scenic Justice from the winner's circle because defeated at 6 to 5, losing to Backyard Justice, who went on to be a maiden no more. And this is a horse who had been at the maiden claiming ranks once, ran at the maiden special weight level last time out, getting bet heavily, now comes back again at the maiden special weight level in here, has really turned over a new leaf since going back to the turf. Didn't show much at 2 on the turf, but they've gone to the turf twice so far this year, and both races have been very nice. However, both races have been void of early speed. That's my only concern with your current 4 to 5 favorite in Scenic Justice, is they have not yet shown the ability to sit close or have any tactical speed. Fernando de la Cruz likely going to be on the best horse, but going to need a pace setup in here to ensue in order for them to get to the wire first. We'll see if Scenic Justice can overcome whatever pace there may be or lack of pace. As your current favorite, 4 to 5, strictly the one to beat, but maybe the horse to bet. Could be a horse like Chicano Hay for Barbara McBride, Santos Sanger in here. Plenty capable connections in trying to get to the winner's circle. 2 starts on the turf, 2 third-place finishes. Actually lost to Scenic Justice by about 2.5 lengths last time out. But I'm a big fan of horses trying things for the second time. Now, this 5-year-old still looking for the first winner after 20 career starts. That's not necessarily ideal by any means, but do note that 15 of those defeats have all come on the main track. Maybe all along, this 5-year-old just wanted to be on the grass. Shakan O'Hay, a reasonable price in here at 7 to 1. And speaking of reasonable prices and trying things for the second time, how about Pork Is My Name? Looking to be a winner in here, 16 to 1, right next door in the starting gate in the stabling area. A 3-year-old by Victor's Cry does have to take on older in this spot, which is never ideal. Another one who's been at the maiden claiming ranks before, now going back to the maiden special weight level and trying the turf for the second time. Ran admirably in defeat in losing to Scenic Justice, but is much better price on the board, 16 to 1 versus 4 to 5. As the riders getting the leg up, they'll be on that beautiful turf course just 6 minutes from now for race number 5. Best of luck.
The horses call postward now for the 5th race. Back to the turf we go for the maiden turf mile. Once again, if you're just joining or tuning in, course rated firm. Rail at 24 feet this race week. We are firm and fast. Stepping on for race 5, all 10 run. No changes in the maiden turf mile. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent late pick 4. Firm, fast, 4 minutes from post time. Post time in 2 minutes. Add 1 minute to post time for this maiden turf mile. Starts off the 50-cent late pick 4. Firm and fast. You have 1 minute. Late scratch number 4, Shakanahay. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Scratch number 4, Shakanahay from this maiden turf mile. Scratch the 4. All wagers here on 4, Shakanahay. Refunds. There will be a 2 and 4 consolation double. 2, 4, consolation double. Those using the 4, Shakanahay, and an earlier multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race bets on the 4, Shakanahay, and the 2 and 4 consolation double. There you see it confirmed by TV. Number 4, Shakanahay, has now been ordered scratched. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Once again, late scratch on number 4, Chicanehay. Scratch the 4 from the maiden turf mile. Air Horse 1 drone view from Horseshoe Indianapolis, crossing over to the turf course. Near the mile start. Last call for the 50-cent late pick 4. Starts here with the maiden turf mile, scratch 4, Chicanehay. The 4, a late scratch, a non-runner, Chicanehay. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Joe Ramos has a win on the card here with White Silver Sands. They're going in. Andres Aloa with Cadillac Justice. Eddie Perez partners Outstanding Justice drew 2. Now Cadillac Justice. Scenic Justice loads even money for the mile. Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double. Scenic Justice, like Cadillac Justice, both for Tony Granitz. Carly Hughes with Pursuant. Hannah Leahy, Bugsy Breeze in. Josh Morales with Porky Is My Name. Here's the sky view, 2 back. McKenna Anderson with El Tornado. This over the mile. We are firm and fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. One more. Sammy Bermudez with Justice. One more time. 4 to 5. Scenic Justice. They're in the gate. And they're off. Porky Is My Name broke well. Toward the inside, Outstanding Justice, and the gray is White Silver Sands going for an early bid. It's Outstanding Justice, White Silver Sands, and they're quickly headed off by El Tornado, who's taken the lead here from McKenna Anderson. It's El Tornado who just leads Outstanding Justice with White Silver Sands. Justice one more time is up into 4th. After breaking sharp, Porky Is My Name is 5th and nearer the rail, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The favorite Scenic Justice is saving ground outside that Cadillac Justice. Scenic Justice taken back and settles here. The favorite by Fernando de la Cruz. And then we trail back to Bugsy Breeze, and Pursuant has drifted back to be 9th and last. 23.50 for the lead part. It's El Tornado and White Silver Sands. The joint leaders here in the maiden turf mile. White Silver Sands with the rail narrowly for Joe Ramos from a close-up El Tornado. With Outstanding Justice running in 3rd now by 2. Justice one more time is running in 4th. Scenic Justice in 5th. With on the outside Bugsy Breeze in 6th. Then comes Cadillac Justice as they round the far turn. Half mile in 48.21 seconds. White Silver Sands. White Silver Sands charts the course toward the quarter pole as on the outside, Justice one more time starts a strong bid. Justice one more time up now to White Silver Sands. With on the outside, Porky Is My Name. El Tornado's drop back. Outstanding Justice, Scenic Justice angled out outside Scenic Justice, Cadillac Justice. We trail back then to Bugsy Breeze and Pursuant. 3/4, 1 minute 13.85 seconds. Justice one more time with 1 furlong to go. Justice one more time has the lead here from Porky Is My Name, who's staying on into 2nd. Scenic Justice, Cadillac Justice. Justice one more time with Sammy Bermudez. Justice one more time has won it from Porky Is My Name. Scenic Justice 3rd, well clear from Cadillac Justice. Then White Silver Sands was after that. $139.07 after the maiden turf mile. 139.07. There's an 8-1 winner. The 10, Justice one more time, will be first. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges after the running of the maiden turf mile, race 5. 8-1, Justice one more time. It was 10-1, 5, Porky is my name, 2-5, Scenic Justice. Six, Cadillac Justice, and 1, White Silver Sands. Stand by for the full order, 139.07. It was 8-1, Justice one more time. Will get off the mark in his 5th run. Sammy Bermudez for Aaron West Justice Farm, Justice one more time. The run order now appears after the running of the 5th race, that maiden turf mile, again confirmed 10-5-7-6. Justice one more time is beaten home. Porky is my name. Scenic Justice, Cadillac Justice 4th. 10-5-7 and number 6. Returning to the high bar real estate winner circle, the 10, Justice. One more time with Sammy Bermudez. Justice one more time is a 3-year-old big gelding by Harry's Holiday. Out of Golden Pioneer by Pioneer of the Nile. Bred here in Indiana by Justice Farm, Greg Justice. Trained by Aaron and West for breeder and owner Justice Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Justice. One more time out to the maiden ranks. At 8-1 odds, 139.07. It's official. Results in 10-5 exacta, 188.20. The 50-cent trifecta, 10-5-7 paid $140.10. 2-10 double, 48.80. 2-4 consolation double coming back $2.80. With Cadillac Justice 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 10-5-7-6 paid $87.47. 50-cent early pick 4 on 4-4. Early pick 4 for $217.30 results in prices after the maiden turf mile. It went at 139.07. Pick 3, $75.75. And there's the results of the 50-cent early pick 5 on 5 of 5, $527.85. So the 4, Shikanahe, was that late scratch. The 4 was a non-runner with refunds on the 4. We had that consolation double 2-4, coming back $2.80. And the maiden turf mile, favorite, 3rd, 9 ran. 6th race, all 10 run. No scratches, no jockey changes in the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. Number 10, Heavenly Riches, 4 over. Makes the weight there, 125 with Cesar Lasqueta. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5 on the maiden filly sprint. Double pick 3. Post time will be in 20 minutes. Race 6 at 4:38. And they're off. Porky is my name broke well. Toward the inside, Outstanding Justice, and the gray is White Silver Sands going for an early bid. It's Outstanding Justice, White Silver Sands, and they're quickly headed off by El Tornado, who's taken the lead here from McKenna Anderson. It's El Tornado who just leads Outstanding Justice with White Silver Sands. Justice one more time is up into fourth. After breaking sharp, Porky is my name is fifth and nearer the rail, and they have 6 furlongs to run. The favorite Scenic Justice is saving ground outside that Cadillac Justice. Scenic Justice taken back and settles here. The favorite by Fernando de la Cruz. Then we trail back to Bugsy Breeze, and Pursuant has drifted back to be ninth and last. 23.50 for the lead part. It's El Tornado and White Silver Sands. The joint leaders here in the maiden turf mile. White Silver Sands with the rail narrowly for Joe Ramos from a close-up El Tornado. With Outstanding Justice running in third now by 2. Justice one more time is running in fourth. Scenic Justice in fifth, with on the outside Bugsy Breeze in sixth. Then comes Cadillac Justice as they round the far turn. Half mile in 48.21 seconds. White Silver Sands. White Silver Sands charts the course toward the quarter pole as on the outside, Justice one more time starts a strong bid. Justice one more time up now to White Silver Sands. With on the outside, Porky is my name. El Tornado's drop back. Outstanding Justice, Scenic Justice angled out outside Scenic Justice, Cadillac Justice. We trail back then to Bugsy Breeze and Pursuant. 3/4, 1 minute 13.85 seconds. Justice one more time with 1 furlong to go. Justice one more time has the lead here from Porky is my name, who's staying on into second. Scenic Justice, Cadillac Justice, Justice one more time with Bermudez. Justice one more time has won it from Porky is my name. Scenic Justice third, well clear from Cadillac Justice, then White Silver. And Indiana racing fans, it's that time of the day, that time of the week. For this week in history. Back on June 20th of 2018, Black Nova, trained by Ron Brown and ridden by Fernando de la Cruz, were big upset winners. And the Hoosier Breeders' sophomore, paying $155.40 for the win back in 2018. This week in Indiana, racing history. And Racing Rachel was there.
Five races in the books on a Thursday afternoon at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and finally a little bit of a price that could spice things up in this late fire pick five. Race number 5 won by Justice one more time. Sammy Bermudez, trainer Aaron West. So we'll see what happens over the next 3 legs. Always am interested in watching that late fire pick 5. And this leg I think is really important. If you watched our pre-race show, I did give out my best bet. My long shot didn't fare so well in the last race. I had the 2 Outstanding Justice. I expected that horse to be on or near the lead a little bit better than that and maybe uncontested. That's not what happened. We saw a closer on the grass. But my best bet of the day is one of the 2 Tony Granite's horses in this race. Not currently the favorite. If you look at the odds right now, pretty good amount of support for the 2 and the 7. Both of those are Tony Granite's. I went with the 7, Sharon's Gray Hope. And there are a couple of reasons for this. Obviously, you'd like to ask the trainer, which one of your horses is better? Which one has a better chance? I did pay special attention to Sammy Bermudez on Sharon's Gray Hope, and I just gave him a little bit of a jockey edge. I took a look also at the races, and the last race was on the turf, but this race, of course, is on the dirt. And so you've got to take that under consideration as well, that if you take that away and you go two back, May 11th, Sharon's Gray Hope finished second by just 3/4 of a length. Once again, this horse cost $75,000 at the April OBS sale, and I'm going to throw out the turf try on June 7th, but Sharon's Gray Hope is my pick to win this maiden race. There you see Sharon's Gray Hope in the paddock. I'm still alive in my personal pick 5 and had that 10 in the last race, so hoping that Sharon's Gray Hope is able to emerge victorious in this one, but I would not count out the Tony Granite's horse that is getting more support, at least in the win pool right now, and that is the 2 Nixa. Equibase Prime Power has Nixa ranked ahead of Sharon's Gray Hope, so that could be part of it. Not a bad debut on the dirt for Nixa. Finished third here on June 1st. The impressive speed figure has had 3 weeks between races, and so Tony Granite's with the 2 top choices in this race. And looking around, I didn't see a number of other long shots that I could get really confident about. And so maybe if you like chalk horses or favorites, maybe it's an exacta box 2-7. Now, you're not going to get a great return on that, but I do think this has a chance to be one of those races where Tony Granite's is near the winner's circle, and he's just waiting to see which horse will join him. In third, I'm going to go with the number 3 horse, I should say, Zinski. Trainer is Tiana Richardville. Slow start to the meet for Tiana, but she's coming on of late, has 3 wins, and I do expect more trips to the winner's circle, as you see Tiana right there on your screen, helping Alberto Burgos get aboard the 3-horse Zinzi. Finished third in the race that my top choice, Sharon's Gray Hope, finished second. So if you consider that to be a key race, maybe it goes 7-3 or 7-2-3 in your trifecta. That was on May 11th. Also competed against Nixa on June 1st. So again, a lot of symmetry between these top 3 horses, 7, 2, and 3. I really think if you were going to start maybe a late pick 3 ticket, you could just put those 3 horses and maybe have some confidence. First of 2 mounts for Alberto Burgos today. And again, with the first-time starters, it's tough. I recommend looking in the paddock, on the track, also the tote board, but not too many of those first-time starters are getting much respect. Maybe the most respect is being given to the 6, but earlier this morning I made my pick for the first-time starter. I liked the 8, Male Bale. Michelle Elliott is the trainer. Santos Sanjur in the irons. Santo in the money, 35% of his dirt sprint races, 9 posted workouts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So I tend to think this horse probably needs a race, but I wanted to throw in one of the first-time starters with the logical, so I chose the 8. But based on the money and the odds, you might want to also consider the 6-horse Florida Gray and also the 4 First Elkton. So a couple of first-timers are getting some respect, but I'm still going to go with my top pick, my bet of the day. That is the number 7, Sharon's Gray Hope.
Jeremiah Johnson with his thoughts and analysis on this upcoming 6th race. Made in 3-year-old fillies sprint over the 5.5 furlongs distance. A field of 10. All 10 run. No scratches, no jockey changes. The 10 heavily rich add 4 pounds to the listed program weight. Makes it there 125 with Cesar Esqueda. The 10 is 4 over. On parade, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagers here on the maiden fillies dash. Double pick 3, we are fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time, due at 4:38. That's in 3 minutes time. 2 minutes to post. 2 minutes. One minute to post time for this maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. All 10 run. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rogelio Miranda with the first-time starter, Fleur de Gray. Eddie Perez Lunar Lace has the rail draw. Lunar Lace has joined Fleur de Gray. Anthony Zaloa with Nixa. Sharon's Gray Hope, Samir Bermudez riding for a double. Sharon's Gray Hope went in well. Santo Sanjor with the first-time starter, Mali Bali. Now Alberto Burgos, Zienzi drew 3. Orlando Mexico with Mysterious Justice. Just a couple back. Malcolm Franklin with this newcomer, First Elkton. Sharon's Gray Hope 2-1 favorite over the 5.5 furlongs. 5-2 Nixa. 3-1 First Elkton, who just went into line. So stand by. One more. Cesar Esqueda with Heavenly Rich. In fact, there's 2 back. There's Josh Morales and Light of My Life coming up now. Light of My Life. Okay, now one more, and that's Heavenly Rich. So stand by. 2-1 Sharon's Gray Hope, Ben Nixa. Fast and Firm from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here are all 10 run, 5.5 furlongs, and Heavenly Rich. Given a 33-1 chance, Heavenly Rich. Had 1 run here last season, Heavenly Rich. Now they're all in line. Rough and sprinting. Awkward starts there for Nixa, and Light Up My Life also was awkwardly away, drifted back toward last, but now makes progress. Sharp start for Zienzi, and there's First Elkton, the first-time starter, with Malcolm Franklin. First Elkton has the pace to lead the race from a close-up. Zienzi with on the outside. Fleur de Gray running in third, and these have a breakaway from Light Up My Life with Lunar Lace at the rail. Sharon's Gray Hope now gains ground at the 3.5. Then it's a break of a length 2 on the outside. Mali Bali with in between horses Nixa, who's being driven to gain. Heavenly Rich in the blue cap and sleeves is wide, and toward the inside is Mysterious Justice as these maiden 3-year-old fillies come past the quarter pole. 22.49 for the lead part. First Elkton. First Elkton leads them as they straighten away from Fleur de Gray by a half dozen lengths. Sharon's Gray Hope now takes up the pursuit of First Elkton, who's well clear here with 1 furlong to last. First Elkton in front by 6 lengths from Sharon's Gray Hope, who's charging hard. Fleur de Gray nixes up into 4th. They're close to home. Sharon's Gray Hope is charging on the outside for Samir Bermudez and went past. Sharon's Gray Hope in the final strides reeled First Elkton in. Nixa 3rd, and Fleur de Gray finished 4th, then Light Up My Life. .52 after the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. 105.52. 7.426, and the 5 gets into the Grand High 5's position. 7.426. 5 ran 5th for the Pentafecta. First, number 7, Sharon's Gray Hope at 5-2. Number 4, First Elkton. 3-1 second on debut. 2, Nixa. 2-1 favorite, ran 3rd. 6, Fleur de Gray. 14-1 odds 4th, and Light Up My Life was 5th for the Grand High 5. 105.52. Hold all bets until official. Sammy Bermudez taking out a double. Here for Tony Granite's Panic Stable. It's Sharon's Gray Hope at 5-2. Returning to the high bar real estate winner circle is the 7, Sharon's Gray Hope with Samuel Bermudez. Wins back-to-back. Sharon's Gray Hope is a 3-year-old Gray Roan filly by Bucero out of Silver of Hope by Value Plus. Bred in Indiana by Southern Chase Farm Incorporated, Karen and Greg Dodd, her Indiana breeders. Tony Granite's trains for Panic Stable LLC. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sharon's Gray Hope out to the maiden ranks in 105.52. 7-4 Exacta paid $39 even. 10-cent Pentafecta, $122.96. Light of My Life ran 5th. Pick 3, $70.95. 50-cent Trifecta, 742 paid $27.50. 10-7 double, $112. 10-cent Superfecta, $26.73 for the 10-cent Superfecta. Florida Gray 4th. In the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint, favorite 3rd. All 10 ran 105.52. Back to the turf for the 7th of our 10. The maiden turf mile scratched the 1 Domnall, 13 Brown Liquor Man, and 14 Majestic Mr. Jones. Scratch the 1, 13, and number 14. No jockey changes, overweights reported. 3, Lucius Zorin is a gelding. Number 3. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Once again, 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta. A featured wager on the maiden turf mile, double and pick 3. Post time in 21 minutes at 5:09, firm and fast. Once again, Saturday post time. Hope you can join us for Horseshoe Hysteria for a night of horses and hoops. Dan Donkich will be here along with Jeremiah Johnson. Dan and JJ, Horseshoe Hysteria, an evening of horses and hoops here Saturday night off at 5:30 p.m. We're off and sprinting. Awkward starts there for Nixa, and Light Up My Life also was awkwardly away, drifted back toward last, but now makes progress. Sharp start for ZNZ, and there's First Elkton, the first-time starter with Malcolm Franklin. First Elkton has the pace to lead the race from a close-up. ZNZ with on the outside Florida Gray running in 3rd, and these have a breakaway from Light Up My Life with Lunar Lace at the rail. Sharon's Gray Hope now gains ground at the 3.5. Then it's a break of a length 2 on the outside. Molly Bolly with in between horses Nixa, who's being driven to gain. Heavenly Rich in the blue cap and sleeves is wide, and toward the inside is Mysterious Justice as these maiden 3-year-old fillies come past the quarter pole. 22.49 for the lead part. First Elkton. First Elkton leads them as they straighten away from Florida Gray by a half dozen lengths. Sharon's Gray Hope now takes up the pursuit of First Elkton, who's well clear here with 1 furlong to last. First Elkton in front by 6 lengths from Sharon's Gray Hope, who's charging hard. Florida Gray nixes up into 4th. They're close to home. Sharon's Gray Hope is charging on the outside for Samuel Bermudez and went past. Sharon's Gray Hope in the final strides reeled First Elkton in. Nixa 3rd and Florida Gray finished 4th, then Light Up
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
It's our 4th of July sale at Family Leisure.
It's hot, and you need a pool. Buy now and beat the price increase. Great deals on all in-stock patio furniture. Buy it today, start enjoying it tomorrow. Deep discounts on pool toys, floats, games, and towables. Spas and swim spas at guaranteed lowest prices. Huge savings on high-quality swing sets like this one. Vuli, world's best trampolines, on sale now.
4th of July sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Just 2 thoroughbred races remain, one on the dirt, one on the turf. We hope you are alive in your multi-race wagers, especially that late fire pick 5. Anxious moments for the best bet in the previous race, but good job, Sammy Bermudez, as Sharon's Gray Hope gets the job done. I was nervous going into the gate because I saw the money on the 4-horse, the first-timer, First Elkton, and it looked like that horse might run away with the race, but a lot of fight from the 7, Sharon's Gray Hope. Tony Granitz visits the winner's circle like I thought he might with Sharon's Gray Hope. So let's move ahead to race number 7. A maiden claimer, 12-5. Always a difficult race if you are trying to find a horse that is really good. You might have to look for a while because there's a reason these horses are in this level of a race. But I'm also interested to watching the tote board because a couple of the selections that I made earlier this morning were a lot better prices than they are now, meaning they're getting a lot of support. So we'll see what happens. Let's start on top with a 5-horse Oro. Now Oro, I'm going to call this a lukewarm selection because it wasn't a race that I was enamored with. I like the pace figures and the running style for Oro. It's hard to know how the race will shape up with some of these runners lacking experience, many lacking success, but if Oro can get to the lead and Orlando Mojica can keep some in reserve for the stretch, I think Oro could improve enough to win start number 3 of the career. Went to the lead in a 1:16 race here on the turf last out, could not hold on, finished 4th. Well, this race is 1 mile, so just a slight cutback in distance might be enough to let the 5-horse Oro get to the lead and then hold on. I sit at a price currently, you see that yellow box on the screen, currently the favorite, but a 3-1, so that is even a lukewarm favorite in a field of currently 11 runners. You have the scratches that you see on the screen. Now, my second choice, another horse that I looked at the morning line and I thought this could be a race to get some value, perhaps get a price in my late fire pick 5. Well, it's getting almost the same amount of support as Oro. Yes, I like number 8, No Ill Will. This was 10-1 on the morning line. I said this morning when I kind of put my thoughts together that I'd be happy with anything over 5-1. We'll see what happens. Still a lot of time, and those numbers could change. Third start of the career, eligible to improve, and take a look at those first 2 races of the career. Both were at Gulfstream Park, so I'm immediately attracted to this horse just because of the company that this horse has been keeping. Now, most recently on the grass, finished 3rd at 43-1 odds. That's impressive considering the horse outran its odds. And also in the debut, attracted the services of Jose Ortiz. So in just race number 3, what will happen? I see a great opportunity for No Ill Will to improve. Saw Bullet work as well April 15th at Keeneland. So the more I talk about this horse, the more excited I am. Again, 7-2, not what I'd like. If you can get that up to 4 or 5-1, maybe a strong win-place wager, or perhaps you start a late double with the 8-horse or the 5. In the third, the morning line favorite, one I didn't love, but I wanted to be sure to include, and the bettors don't appear to love either. That is the outside horse, the number 12, Face Value. It's another one that could step on the gas early, so we'll see what happens. With that outside post, you've got to make an early decision. Do you want to go to the lead, or do you want to try to find a spot and then work through the traffic? So the number 12, Face Value, is my choice here in third. Tyler Hurd picked up his first win of the meet yesterday aboard Intermittent Fast in the 5th race, and will attempt to revisit the winner's circle this afternoon. This is a horse out of Medaglia de Oro. The horse has been in some deep waters in races at Churchill Downs, Keeneland, and Turfway Park, and I'm guessing that is the reason that the morning line maker installed Face Value as the 7-2 morning line favorite. This horse was previously trained by Brendan Walsh, one of my favorite trainers in the game, so it's not a great sign for me personally that he is no longer in that barn. Just one race on the grass. We'll see if this is the spot that can get Face Value in the winner's circle. A big field on the grass. I don't like putting my money on the favorite. I could actually endorse 5-1 for Face Value, especially when you look at some of those races at Churchill Downs. And in fourth, rounding out the superfecta, let's go with the number 9, Stealth Mission. This is one that is a long shot, was 5-1 on the morning line, and now currently 14-1. So again, it's early. There can be some late money that will definitely make these pools look a lot different in about 6 minutes than they are right now. This will be race number 2 for Stealth Mission here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. June 7th on the dirt, a non-threatening 6th, but the grass is what this horse seems to prefer. It's a soft spot and could be the perfect fit for win number 1 in Stealth Mission's 10th lifetime start. Malcolm Franklin rides for Gary Patrick. It's a horse to keep an eye on. So that is Stealth Mission. Do want to make sure that we're clear. This is race number 7, and it is on the turf. So a couple of horses that I mentioned earlier have had some dirt races, some turf races. We'll see what happens. The turf tends to be wide open, and the betting board would indicate that it is a wide open race indeed. 5 minutes until race number 7. I appreciate you joining us all afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck in race 7.
The horses call post now for the 7th race. This maiden turf mile, course firm around the 24 feet this race week. Here a field of 11. 11 compete. Scratch the 1, Domnall. 13, Brown Liquor Man, and 14, Majestic Mr. Jones. Scratch the 1, 13, and number 14. No jockey changes, no reported overweights. The 3, Lucius Zorin, is a gelding, number 3. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta featured here on the maiden turf mile, double pick 3, firm and fast. 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes now to the off. One minute to post time. 1 minute. Air Horse 1 drone view. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile start for the maiden. Turf Herb. Runners crossing over to the turf course. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Josh Morales with Ruffled Waters. To Sean Parker, Air Marshal. Now Eddie Perez with Lucius Zorin coming up. Here's Lucio Zorin. No Ill Will. Samir Bermudez already with a couple of wins on the card. 5-2 favorite, No Ill Will. There's still several left to load here for the maiden mile. No Ill Will. Kenna Anderson, Small Sailors in. Malcolm Franklin, Stealth Mission in the Purple Silks. Orlando Mexico with Oro. Now Stealth Mission joins. Quartet left. Rodney Prescott with Dormier. Andre Zuloa, Offshore Tithe going in. Now two back, Hanalehi with Cosmic Stardust. Given an 18-1 chance in the mile. One more. Tyler Hurd with Face Value. No Ill Will, Face Value. Joint 2-1 favorites over the mile. They're in the gate. And they're off. Offshore Tithe. There goes Small Sailor with Oro in the black blinkers. Nearest the inside, Ruffled Waters allowed to settle, and Air Marshal is going for an early bid as they head toward the first turn, where Oro has the early lead for Orlando Mexico from a close-up. Offshore Tithe, Air Marshal, Face Value in the green cap, and Small Sailor is close up with 6 furlongs to run. Stealth Mission in the purple cap between horses. Ruffled Waters on the rail there at 24 feet as they go to the back of the course. Following that trio is Cosmic Stardust and No Ill Will making progress on the outside. Then the trailers are Lucius Zorin and Dormier. In his 12th run, has dropped back to 11th at last. The quarter, 23.16 seconds. It's Oro who generates the pace with 4 furlongs to go. Length and a half to Offshore Tithe. Air Marshal is a close-up third. Small Sailor, Face Value now gains on the outside into 4th. Then Small Sailor back into 5th. As they traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course, Stealth Mission is next with No Ill Will in the clear, 8 lengths off this leader. As they round the far turn, still Oro to reel in. Then comes Ruffled Waters switched out from Cosmic Stardust Dormier. The distance remains at 88-1 odds, Lucius Zorin. The half mile in 47.54 seconds at the turn in. And here comes Face Value, who's sweeping for Tyler Hurd. Face Value has taken the lead from Air Marshal. They swallowed up Oro. No Ill Will. Stealth Mission toward the inside. Ruffled Waters, Dormier, Cosmic Stardust launching a stand-side bid, but well inside the final half furlong. Racing away is Face Value, the son of Medaglia d'Oro. Face Value out to the maiden ranks by 3 from Air Marshal. Cosmic Stardust gained 3rd. Ruffled Waters was 4th. Dormier and Stealth Mission, they were next, while clear from Oro. No Ill Will beat a few of them home, including Small Sailor with a dropping away Offshore Tithe, and finally Lucius Zorin last to pull up. 12, 7, 11, 2. Stand by for the fifth. That for the pentafecta position after the maiden turf mile. Number 12, Face Value, 2-1 first. 7, Air Marshal, 19-1 on the place horse. 11, Cosmic Stardust, at 21-1 odds third. 2, Ruffled Waters, 12-1 fourth. And stand by for the fifth as we await the judges. 137.45, it's gone to Face Value, son of Medaglia d'Oro. This was his 7th career start. It's Tyler Hurd for Thomas Malloy. Dan T. Choice Racing of the trainer, son of Medaglia d'Oro, at 2-1. There was a 10-cent Grand High 5 featured here on the Maiden Turf Mile. It's been called a dead heat for fifth. We know the 9 Stealth Mission is a part of that. In the meantime, returning to the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle is the 12 Face Value, the overall winner with Tyler Hurd at 2-1. Face Value is a 3-year-old bank gelding by Medaglia d'Oro, and a Face It by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. For Thomas Malloy's Dan T. Choice Racing LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Face Value, was the 2-1 favorite, 137.45. Again, as we stand by for the official prices after the Maiden Turf Mile, there will be a couple of winning, in theory, pentafecta pays after a dead heat for fifth between the 9 and another maiden. 12-7 exacta paid 120.180, 50-cent trifecta. There's that pay, 414.70. Well, in fact, there was a dead heat for fifth, but there were no winning tickets with either of those horses as part of a fifth-place dead heat. Pentafecta carryover of $3,383. That'll go to the 8th race for a Grand High 5 carryover. 7-12 double paid 28.20, 10-cent superfecta, $559.48. Pick 3 paid $81.10. Again, there was a dead heat for fifth, but there were no tickets with either of the horses in that dead heat for fifth. So thus, an 8th race 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover in the pentafecta of $3,385, $3,383.45 for the 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover. Again, after the Maiden Turf Mile, there was a dead heat for fifth. And to that 8th race we go. No scratches, no jockey changes. Number 8 to Kitten is 2 pounds over. All 11 run in the sprint, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, as we noted, 10-cent Grand High 5. Despite a carryover, it's $3,383. That was despite a dead heat for fifth after that Maiden Turf Mile. So thus the Grand High 5 carries over here to the sprint of $3,383. 18 minutes to post time at 5:40. and they're off. Offshore Tithe. There goes Small Sailor with Oro in the black blinkers. Nearest the inside, Ruffled Waters allowed to settle, and Air Marshal is going for an early bid as they head toward the first turn, where Oro has the early lead for Orlando Mexico from a close-up Offshore Tithe. Air Marshal, Face Value in the green cap, and Small Sailor is close up with 6 furlongs to run. Stealth Mission of the purple cap between horses. Ruffled Waters on the rail there at 24 feet as they go to the back of the course. Following that trio is Cosmic Stardust and No Will making progress on the outside. Then the trailers are Lucius Zorin and Dormier. In his 12th run, has dropped back to 11th at last. The quarter, 23.16 seconds. It's Oro who generates the pace with 4 furlongs to go. Length and a half to Offshore Tithe. Air Marshal is a close-up third. Small Sailor, Face Value, now gains on the outside into 4th. Then Small Sailor back into 5th. As they traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course, Stealth Mission is next with No Ill Will in the clear, 8 lengths off this leader. As they round the far turn, still Oro to reel in. Then comes Ruffled Waters switched out from Cosmic Stardust Dormier. The distance remains at 88 to 1 odds, Lucius Zorin. The half mile in 47.54 seconds at the turn in. And here comes Face Value, who's sweeping for Tyler Hurd. Face Value has taken the lead from Air Marshal. They swallowed up Oro. No Ill Will. Stealth Mission toward the inside. Ruffled Waters, Dormier, Cosmic Stardust launching a stand-side bid, but well inside the final half furlong. Racing away is Face Value, the son of Medaglia d'Oro. Face Value out to the maiden ranks by 3 from Air Marshal. Cosmic Stardust gained 3rd. Ruffled Waters was 4th. Dormier and Stealth Mission, they were next, while clear from 2 claims out of that maiden turf mile. Number 7, Air Marshal, for $12,500 going to new owner trainer Emma J. Sanchez. Emma Sanchez claims Air Marshal. 12, Face Value, the winner, for $12,500. Face Value won and was claimed by new owner Blaine Davidson. Trainer Stephen Fosdick claimed Face Value, won the maiden turf mile in 137.45.
10 minutes away from race number 8. We'll head back out to the main track for the final thoroughbred portion of the card, but we do still have a late pick 3, which has 1 thoroughbred and 2 quarter horse races. We'll go 3:30 for the final 2 races of the day, but 5.5 furlongs in the finale for the thoroughbred portion. Don't forget, live racing returns here on Saturday night, 5:30. Certainly don't want to miss it. We've got a nice stakes race for the quarter horse. We've got some full fields for the thoroughbreds. Plenty of opportunity and money to be made on your Saturday night. So join us here at the Shoe. 5.5 furlongs of distance, all looking for their second career victory. I'm going to try Girls Are Tougher, who's chilly on the board right now. Malcolm Franklin for Jeff Greenhill. Greenhill Racing Stables owns and trains this 3-year-old filly by Skylord. 1 for 4 with 1 second place finish as well. That maiden breaking score did come last time out at 6-5, was flattered when your second place runner out of that May 31st race did come back to win in Forever Blessed. In fact, the last 2 races, the second place runner has come back to win in Forever Blessed along with Wildcat Justice. Jeff Greenhill, been knocking on the door for some winners. He's got 4 wins from 33 starts, but 10 second and third place finishes. Many of them have run well, just have found it elusive to get to that winner's circle. That is bound to change soon. Just needs some racing luck, and it could come here with Girls Are Tougher, who ran admirably in that Swifty Sired Stakes. Ran a huge number at the 8th pole. Looked like they were going to be the winner at 40-1. Had to settle for a 5th place finish, but only beaten by 2 lengths that day. Then came back against maiden special weight competition and turned an 8-horse race into a 1-horse romp, never looking like a loser. May have paid 7-5 that day, but certainly ran like a 1-9 shot. Comes out of a sloppy race, comes back to a fast main track, usually upgrade horses that do exit a race in the slop, and that's the case with Girls Are Tougher, who is chilly, a big overlay at this point, 4-1 versus that 2-1 morning line. Number 11 is Dolce Victoria. Now this is one that you're going to have to be a little bit forgiving on because last race there was really no excuse. Went off at 7-5, was in a good spot, just didn't go on with it at all. But if you draw a line through that race, I think Dolce Victoria is certainly in with a big shot. The 2 races prior were very impressive, did beat home my top selection in Girls Are Tougher in the Swifty Sired handicap. However, I just didn't know what to do with that last race. It was a perfect trip. Marcelino Pedrosa had her right in a excellent position and was flat to the boards. Now, was favored that day against plenty of the other rivals in this race. Now you're going to get a generous price of 4-1 because of that last race. We'll see if Dolce Victoria can get back to her winning ways at 4-1 for Gennaro Garcia and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. But this is a betting board that is certainly one of the best betting interests around the country. In fact, today I'd be willing to say that there wasn't another race in the land where your favorite went off at 4-1. Right now we've got 4 horses vying for favoritism at 4-1 between the 5, 6, 7, and 11 as well. Someone bound to go off favorite in this spot, and it could be Tucha, who was favored early on in the wagering. With those first clicks, plenty of money was in there. In post position number 5, the 4-year-old does take on younger horses in here, so certainly has an experience edge over many. Debuted last year at 3 under the guidance of Marvin Johnson. So far through 2 starts this year with Randy Smith, a 6th place finish along with a 2nd place finish. I thought tracked in a good spot throughout the top 2 last time out. Just kind of sat in the pocket. It wasn't in the garden by any means, but just off the top 2 and made a run. Just was never closing in on Ease Magic, who was a well-meant winner for Michael Maker that day, and Ease Magic did go on to win relatively easy. Tucha chased a good one home that day. We'll see if the 4-year-old filly can make her mother proud, as the dam was an 8-time winner with over $121,000 in earnings. We'll see if Tucha can get that elusive win number 2 for Randy Smith, who's been heating up this week. We'll see if it can continue in here. As the riders get in the leg up, they'll be on the track and at the gate just 5 minutes from now. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 8th race. The sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. All 11 run. No scratches, no jockey changes. 8 to Kitten is 2 pounds over. Note an overweight, the 8 to Kitten plus 2. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, final pick 3 of the day. 10-cent grand high 5. There is a carryover in the pentafecta. Carryover after the maiden turf mile of $3,383. Grand high 5. It's a carryover. Fast track, 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes. Post time in 2 minutes. One minute to post time. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going to the 5.5 furlong start for the Phillies Mare Sprint. All 11 run. 10-cent grand high 5. There's a carryover. And the pentafecta here of $3,383. Making their way toward the gate. Air Horse 1 drone view, a good look. Fillies and Mares arriving at the 5.5 furlong start for the sprint. All 11 run. Girls Are Tougher now, the 5-2 favorite. Malcolm Franklin for Jeffrey Greenhill. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Deshaun Parker, Juridicial has the rail draw. Tiz Bayou, Simir Bermudez with a riding double on the card. Now Josh Morales with My Gal Justice. Malcolm Franklin, Girls Are Tougher, loads a 2-1 favorite, Girls Are Tougher. Joe Ramos with Quite Whimsical and the Navy Silks. Now DeKitten, Hanalei, he claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. DeKitten is in. Alberto Burgos, Glorious Justice being led up. Sando Sanjor, Night Livin', given a 50-1 chance over the 5.5 furlongs. Eddie Perez with Karima drew 10. Just a couple of them back. Fernando de la Cruz with Tucha. Girls Are Tougher holds a 2-1 favorite. At 5.5 furlongs. Okay, one more. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Dulce Victoria. Girls Are Tougher now, the 9-5 favorite to win our 8th of the day. They're in the gate. The Robin sprinting. Tiz Bayou is awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Fast start for Juridicial, who's come rocketing out from the rail for Deshaun Parker. Juridicial has the pace to lead the race from tracking Tucha. Then to the inside, My Gal Justice. Girls Are Tougher in the green cap gets position. Tiz Bayou broke last and is now streaking up toward the front as they head toward the far turn. It's a break of 2 more then. Nearest the inside is Night Livin', who's joined on the outside by Glorious Justice in the purple cap as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. Then farther back to Dulce Victoria with DeKitten, Karima, and finally Quite Whimsical. The quarter 22.91 seconds at the quarter pole. Nearest the inside, Juridicial. Juridicial, and here comes Tucha's bid as these Fillies mares straighten away. Nearest the inside is Tiz Bayou with Girls Are Tougher. Glorious Justice with, through the inside, My Gal Justice. Night Livin' rides the rail. It's Tucha, who's going for an attack now on Juridicial. 1 furlong to go. It's Tucha, who's taking the top for Fernando de la Cruz. And Tucha has the kick. Then Tiz Bayou, they're close to home. It's Tucha. Tucha on top. Juridicial was second, Tiz Bayou third, My Gal Justice fourth. Then next was on the bob between Girls Are Tougher and Glorious Justice. 104.97 after the Phillies Mare Sprint, 104.97. 5-1-6-2, stand by for the fifth. It's a photo for fifth. That for the Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager that had a carryover going in. First, number 5, Tucha at 7-1. 1 Juridical at 10-1, the runner-up. 6 Tiz Bayou at 9-2 third. And at 33-1 odds, the 2 My Gal Justice was fourth. Stand by for the fifth for the Pentafecta. Tucha, Fernanda de la Cruz, Randy Smith, Debbie Smith. The Prayer for Relief filly, Tucha, 7-1. Judges posted number 7. Girls Are Tougher at 3-2. The favorite ran fifth, gets into the Pentafecta. 5-1, 6-2. The 7 ran fifth. He's won a lot of our quarter horse dashes this season, Randy Smith, and here takes out a Phillies Mare Sprint with the thoroughbred Tucha with Fernanda de la Cruz. 5 Tucha, 104.97. She's a 4-year-old bay filly by Prayer for Relief. Out of the Black Moonshine Mare, Jabak, better in Indiana by Marvin Johnson. Randy Smith, there's Debbie Smith. They get the Cody photo. And the High Bar Real Estate winner's circle with 7-1, Tucha, 104.97. For the all-time leading quarter horse trainer here. Takes out our thoroughbred Phillies Mare Sprint. It's official. The 5-1 exacta returned $142. With My Gal Justice fourth, 10-cent superfecta. 5-1-6-2 paid $605.41. Pick 3, $55.40. 50-cent trifecta, Tiz Bayou ran third. 5-1-6 50-cent trifecta, $269.50. 12 and 5 double paid $39.20. The 50-cent late fire 5 after the low 11.99% takeout for $2,510.95. The 50-cent late pick 4, there's that result, 4-4, worth $1,368.95 on 4-4. Late fire 5 pays on 5, and with Girls Are Tougher getting fifth after a photo, completes the 10-cent pentafecta for $2,595.23. Favorite, fifth, all 11 ran, 104.97 after the Phillies Mare Sprint. A couple of quarter horse maidens to close us out. Ninth race over the 330 yards, fast crosswind. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 My Liquid Love, 12 Express an Interest, 13 A Prolific Jess, and the 14 TA Am Relentless. Scratch the also eligibles. Number 1, running wide open 5 over. 2 TM All Aboard, 3 over. 3 Lonnie James plus 3 pounds. 4 JV2 is 2 over. 9 Relentless Mate, 5 over. And 10 Louisiana Luke, 4 over. Scratch those also eligibles. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double. 10-cent quarter horse, Grand High 5. Fast crosswind, post time for the maiden. For the quarter horses, they'll dash at 6:09.
The results are in for today's contest, and today's winner is Roger Rosen. Roger is an online player and will win $100. Thanks for playing in Exactamundo at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Roffin sprinting. Tiz Bayou is awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Fast start for Juridicial, who's come rocketing out from the rail for Deshaun Parker. Juridicial has the pace to lead the race from trekking Tucha. Then to the inside, Ma Gal Justice. Girls are tougher in the green cap gets position. Tiz Bayou broke last and is now streaking up toward the front as they head toward the far turn. So break of two more then. Nearest the inside is Night Livin', who's joined on the outside by Glorious Justice in the purple cap as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. Then farther back to Dulce Victoria with the kitten Karima, and finally Quite Whimsical. The quarter 22.91 seconds at the quarter pole. Nearest the inside, Juridicial, and here comes Tucha's Bid as these fillies mares straighten away. Nearest the inside is Tiz Bayou with Girls Are Tougher. Glorious Justice with through the inside, My Gal Justice. Night Livin' rides the rail. It's Tucha who's going for an attack now on Juridicial. 1 furlong to go. It's Tucha who's taking the top for Fernando de la Cruz, and Tucha has the kick. Then Tiz Bayou, they're close to home. It's Tucha on top. Juridicial was second, Tiz Bayou third, My Gal Justice fourth. Then next was on the bob between Girls Are Tougher and
Well, we're going to bring you 2 quarter horse races today to close out the Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a very good field. We've got some also eligibles that will not run, but as usual, nice full field, and the payouts have been great in our quarter horse races. All right, well, I'm going to go to the paddock. Let's take a look at a few of my contenders. I'm going to begin with number 7, and that's WRS Painted Moon. Now, this horse returns in his second start of the 2023 season for trainer Randy Smith. When you see WRS, that stands for Williams Racing Stables. Gwen and Randy Williams have bred some incredible horses that we've seen over the years at Horseshoe Indianapolis, stakes winners galore. And when they team with the Smith and his team, boy, it's a pretty good deal. I think this horse, even though still a maiden, has potential, and I'm just going to go ahead and pick him on top. Number 7, WRS Painted Moon. All right, we're going to move on next to number 1, and that's Running Wide Open. Now, this is a colt by Encore who faced a really tough rival in his last race, and that was a horse by the name of the Dirty Wagon, who's probably one of the top 3-year-olds so far this meet. This is what happens sometimes. You're going to run into the tough ones. I think that always builds character. That's my take on it. But the horse had some trouble that day. Actually might have been disqualified due to interference, but I think with a clean trip, we're looking at this horse in contention. Of course, one of the reasons I'm saying it is because he's trained by Jessie Vasquez, and boy, has she been on fire. Really, even yesterday, she and her husband visited the winner's circle with Miri V, who was a double-digit price. So you never leave out these connections. One, Running Wide Open. Take a long look. All right, let's go next to number 6, and that's the Fighting Rooster. This horse ran a game second in his final race as a 2-year-old last season for trainer Cody Gates. Now, what I liked about him, very lightly raced, but I liked the fact that he had a bullet work. This Brimstone Gelding posted a nice bullet work on May 25th and may be ready to rumble right out of the gate. That's the Fighting Rooster. And I'm going to round out my top 4 selections with number 3, Lonnie James. Now, he exits. You want to talk about bad luck. How about running in the first trial of the QHRAA Derby, in which you had a dead heat for the win, and both of those horses are going to go on to the final, which will be this Saturday, believe it or not. Now, this is a gelding by Ivory James. I think he's going to be in the mix today for the Ron Raper barn. So I'm going 7-1-6-3 in our first of 2 quarter horse races. I'll be back to preview the finale, which is a 2-year-old maiden, one of John Dooley's favorite. I always tease him about that. Anyway, enjoy this race. Good luck to all, and I'll be back very soon.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race. The first of 2 quarter horse maiden dashes here. Fast Track Crosswind. This over the 330 yards. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 My Liquid Love. 12 Express and Interest. 13 A Prolific Jess. And 14 TAM Relentless. They were also eligibles. In the body, 1 running wide open is 5 over. TM All Aboard. Number 2 is plus 3 pounds. Number 3 Lonnie James, 3 over. Number 4 JV2, plus 2 pounds. 9 Relentless Mate is 5 over. Make number 10 Louisiana Luke, 4 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta double 10-cent quarter horse grand high 5. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. You have less than 1 minute. Please note here in the quarter horse maiden, number 4 JV2 will have blinkers added at the gate. Racing with blinkers, number 4 JV2. Blinkers to be added at the gate for the now 31-1 JV2. Uses the flipping halter. Those yellow blinkers now being added at the gate for JV2. Blinkers are on the 4. There's the son of 2 Corona Special. JV2 now out to 35-1, has those yellow blinkers on. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. So JV2 had those yellow blinkers added, and the flipping halter for JV2. First to arrive and in JV2. Here's the sky view. Pretty cool. Air Horse 1 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. One of those tracks using the drone to cover the races. We've got the best. Now the Fighting Rooster to join JV2, who was first in. The Fighting Rooster. WRS Painted Moon. Running wide open has the rail draw. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Won the finale here yesterday for Jess Vasquez. Running wide open. Now 8-5 favorite running wide open. TM all aboard. Menina do Samba PZ. Juan Marquez for Randy Smith going for the thoroughbred quarter horse double. As Menina do Samba PZ and WR's Painted Mood here in the maiden. They'll break side by side. Relentless Mate going in. Lonnie James, 2 back. Jose Ruiz, Buena BD drew 5. It's 8-5, running wide open. What a BD. Going in at 13-1 odds. What a BD. One more. Dex Mitchell with Louisiana Luke. As the black house silks on from off the rack. 330 yards, fast crosswind. Here we go, all in line. And they're off. TM all aboard with the red blinkers, running wide open, maybe just leads past the 220. Lonnie James lugs in. Here comes a charge from What a BD. What a BD is rattling home. 110 yards to go. It's What a BD running wide open toward the inside. Running wide open and What a BD. Photo finish. That's close. And next across was JV2 along with a Fighting Rooster and WR's Painted Moon. Photo finish to the maiden. Photo finish. There'll be a nose between the top two. Photo finish, hold all bets. There'll be a steward's inquiry. Inquiry concerns soon after the 330-yard start to the maiden. Inquiry, we're standing by for the result of the win photograph. There's very little in this win photo. Verdict in after the photograph. First number 5, What a BD at 11-1. A nostril to the 1, running wide open at even money. Did not miss by very much. In 17.28 seconds, fast crosswind. What a BD ekes it out over running wide open. Number 4, JV2, 33-1, gets into third. From 7, WR's Painted Moon 4th over the 6, the Fighting Rooster, who's 5th for the quarter horse Grand High 5. It's come 5-1, 4-7, 6 runs 5th. It's unofficial. Inquiry concerns soon after the 330-yard start to the maiden. It goes 17.28 seconds. Stepping into the high bar real estate winner's circle is the 5, What a BD with Jose Ruiz. 3-year-old black gelding by Encore out of BD's Courage by Captain Courage. Bred in Indiana by David Gonzalez, racing for Labrado Barraza. It's 11-1 on What a BD. Noting the inquiry with regard to soon after the 330-yard start, it's been withdrawn by the stewards. Stewards confirming no changes will be made to the running order. Again, there was that inquiry into soon after the 330-yard start to the maiden. Inquiry withdrawn. TV confirms it. As you see there, no change in order. 5-1-4-7-6. And it's official. After a close finish to the maiden, What a BD, Jose Ruiz for Labrado Barraza. 17.28 seconds, fast with that crosswind. 5-1 exacta, a nose between them. 83.40, 50-cent trifecta paid $920.10. 5-5 double, 128.20. $784.56, the 10-cent superfecta with WR's Painted Moon getting into 4th place. Pick 3, $156.10. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, $2,328. That's for the 10-cent quarter horse. Grand High 5, 5-1, 4-7, and the 6. The Fighting Rooster was 5th. That quarter horse Pentafecta, $2,328.20. 10 ran, 17.28, one more to go. 10th and final will close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile. Over the 300 yards. One of Martha Clausen's favorites. Scratch the 2, Tempting Aguila. Scratch the 2, no jockey changes. The 2's the non-runner. 18 minutes to post time. 1 hidden interest, 7 over. 3 down home beach plus 7. 4 Louisiana on fire is a gelding, and 2 pounds over makes the weight there 126. Number 5, WRH Fastman is a gelding, carries 2 pounds over. Number 6, HQH Hickory, 5 pounds over. 7, VF Axel Foley is a gelding and 2 over. 8, Delray's Roland Cole, 5 over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse, Grand High 5. One more to go. The quarter horse maiden juvenile, 18 minutes to post time at 6:38. And they're off. TM all aboard with the red blinkers, running wide open, maybe just leads past the 220. Lonnie James lugs in. Here comes a charge from What a BD. What a BD is rattling home. 110 yards to go. It's What a BD running wide open toward the inside. Running wide open, and What a BD photo finish. That's close. And next across was JV.
Well, we have one more quarter horse race to close out our Thursday card. It's going to be a $17,000 maiden. These are 2-year-olds, and they're going to travel 300 yards. As I've said before, 2-year-old races are pretty tough. Some horses get it right away, and others just need a race under their belt to show their best. So we'll see who's got their best today. I'm going to begin with number 1, and that's Hidden Interest. Now, Tony Cunningham has 2 very well-bred juveniles. I'm going to talk about both of them, but I think I gave the edge to number 1, Hidden Interest, posting several good works for her debut. Pedigree-wise, she's a filly by Separate Interest. Luz Martinez has the call. I've talked about Separate Interest before. He was a very good racehorse in California at Los Alamitos. And he bred by Steve Burns, who ended up being in 1 year winning the AQHA Champion Breeder title. You don't win that unless you're producing some really good racehorses. So hopefully the horse will do well from the rail. And Tony Cunningham, always have tremendous respect for him. All right, next up for me, we're going to talk about 2 of the Randy Smith trainees. When he doubles down for us, it's tough. Usually Rachel has the edge in terms of which of the Smith horses is going to win, but I always enjoy going along for the ride. I kind of like number 4, the Louisiana on Fire. Louisiana on Fire piqued my interest because he's the son of the Louisiana Cartel, and he's out of a Mr. Jess Perry mare. When we're talking about, that's a combination between Texas and Louisiana. Those two, I'm very familiar with both states, and I think, Randy's going to do well with either of his 2 entrants, but I just got the edge to number 4, Louisiana on Fire. All right, Ron Raper sending out 2 fillies, and, it was really tough because both of them are, didn't have a whole lot of experience, but for some reason number 6, HQH Hickory, crossed my path a little bit stronger than the other one. HQH Hickory is sired by Open Me a Corona. I think I teased John Dooley about this before. This is he was a Louisiana legend, almost made $1 million in his career, finished just short of $1 million, and he's producing some very, very good horses. Gritty guy, never ever wanted to give an edge when he was running, and that's a characteristic that we love in all race horses, but quarter horses with the short distance, you really have to have that. All right, I'm going to round up my top 4 with number 8, and that's Del Rey's Rollin' Cole. Now, this is the 2nd entrant by Tony Cunningham. She's a filly by Freight Train B. Again, very good pedigree. I think one of the reasons I thought maybe she'd have a little better time is with the outside post in quarter horse races. For babies who are learning, you only got to deal with 1 horse to your inside. Whereas if you draw in the middle, sometimes it's a cavalry charge. We've pretty much seen everything this meet, but that's what makes it so much fun and exciting. All right, I'm going 1, 4, 6, 8 in our finale. Hope everybody does well, and want to remind our fans that we're not racing tomorrow, but check out Saturday night. We are going to have an amazing final. It's going to be the 126,800 QHRAI Derby. These are 3-year-olds that qualified in trials 3 weeks ago, and boy, do we have an excellent field. So we'll see you Saturday night, and just have a good couple days.
The horses are stepping onto the track for the 10th and final. We close the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 300 yards. Fast track again, crosswind. Here a field of 7. Scratch the 2, tempting Aguila. Scratch the 2. 1 hidden interest, 7 over. 3 down home beach plus 7 pounds. Number 4, Louisiana on Fire is a gelding plus 2 pounds, makes the weight there 126. Number 5, WRH Fastman is a gelding, 2 over. Number 6, HQH Hickory, 5 over. Number 7, VF Axel Foley is a gelding, plus 2 pounds, makes the weight there 126. And number 8, Delray's Roland Cole, 5 pounds over, scratch number 2. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse, Grand High 5. 3 minutes to post time. Again, fast track, there is a crosswind, 3 minutes. One minute to post time. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view arriving at the gate. It is now post time. They're going in. WRH Fastman. Hidden Interest has the rail draw, the first couple of them in. Down Home Beach coming up. Rolanda Pina off of Down Home Beach. Starter Ray Cook's crew working with Down Home Beach. HQH Hickory went in okay. Down Home Beach is in now. VF Axel Foley being led up. Louisiana on fire. 6-5, it's the final favorite. Louisiana on fire. VF Axel Foley. One more. Francisco Quintero with Delray's Rolling Coal. Like Hidden Interest, both for Tony Cunningham here in the finale. Saturday Horseshoe Hysteria, Saturday evening post time 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Here's Delray's Rolling Coal. 300 yards, all 7 debuts. The King and the Roth. Fast start for HQH Hickory. Right there is Louisiana on fire with inside 220 yards to go. Hidden Interest and Down Home Beach. Here comes HQH Hickory, who just leads WRH toward the inside. Louisiana on fire. HQH Hickory has won it from Louisiana on fire. Delray's Rolling Coal, Hidden Interest. Down Home Beach, then WRH Fastman, and finally VF Axel Foley. Six, 4, 8, 1, 3 ran fifth after the maiden juvenile. 16 seconds flat. Fast track crosswind, number 6, HQH Hickory. At 9-1 odds first, even money for Louisiana on Fire was second to HQH Hickory. 8 Delray's Rolling Coal rattled home at 3-1, finished third, and 6-1. One Hidden Interest was fourth. Down Home Beach fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 16 seconds flat, 6-4, 8-1-3. It's HQH Hickory. Oscar Macias for Ron Raper. HQH Hickory was best of all the newcomers, and it's official. Returning to the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle, the 6, HQH Hickory with Oscar Macias. Tiro Bifali by Obamia Corona. Out of Streak and Keepsake by Mr. Jess Perry. Brennan, Indiana by Jennifer Haynes. Ron Raper Trains for Tina and Kevin Cleary's Cleary family. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of HQH Hickory. 16 seconds flat for the maiden juvenile. Fast crosswind. Final results in 6-4 exacta. Paid $71.20. 50-cent trifecta, $62.50. 5-6 double for $226. $64.21. The 10-cent superfecta. 5-5-6 pick 3, $196.65. And the 10-cent quarter horse grand high 5 for $177 even. Down Home Beach ran 5th. 16 seconds flat. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes on Saturday. Saturday evening racing here for Horseshoe Hysteria. Hope you can join us. A night of horses and hoops. We'll be joined by Dan Dockich and Jeremiah Johnson. JJ will be back here along with Dan for Horseshoe Hysteria, a night of horses and hoops. Saturday post time will be at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. You can always follow and tweet us for more at HS Indy Racing. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. All 7 debuts, the Merriman King and the Roth. Fast start for HQH Hickory. Right there is Louisiana on Fire with inside 220 yards to go. Hidden Interest and Down Home Beach. Here comes HQH Hickory, who just leads WRH toward the inside. Louisiana on Fire. HQH Hickory has won it from Louisiana on Fire. Delray's Rolling Coal, Hidden Interest.